to the lanes. Stick shift to the lanes. Final round. We are checking our sound equipment. We're about to go live on the internet. Make sure you guys check out that live stream if you are hanging out with us today, both in the stands and in the paddock, to get all the views that our judges are seeing here at the final round. Thank you to Raceway Park, the staff, all the media personnel for hanging out in this moist, beautiful weather here. Thank you guys for joining us here.
Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. 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 Watch out now.
Welcome to the E-Town Gambler. We're here at the final round. We're in the infamous stadium. It is a beautiful day out here in New Jersey. We are collecting our drivers right now. We got our first driver on the line, ready to take his first qualifying lap. If you are new here to the Gambler Series, we implemented a rule that you get one qualifying lap. If you get a 0 or need more, you must use your 5-minute timeout. So our drivers have been out in the practice, in the rain, figuring out for themselves, machine, the dirt is. We had a couple mishaps, but here we go. We are about to send our final round, and I'm joined by a very... Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I am not Sarah. I am not your typical announcer. My name is Casey. I'm going to be joining Mike here for the 4th round, the final round of the E-Town Gambler. We got a wet and wild adventure for you guys today, and it's going to be a good one. So make sure you guys stay tuned in and you watch this thing through to the end.
It's awesome to have you up here, Casey. Thank you for joining me, saving my breath. We're both going to be out here using our big throats. Thank you for our fans standing out in the stands, making sure you're staying dry. You got a couple pop-up tents. You guys all want to gather together. The guys in the chair. Thank you very much for coming out here and supporting the local raceway. Make sure you guys support your local raceways. Keep it off of the streets. Let's save our car community, all of our enthusiasts. Let's band together, get out to the raceways, support places like Raceway Park, the E-Town Gambler, the Casino Royale, and all and clutch kickers as well. Make sure you support your race series, and we're about to get into it. This is the final round. We have our points leader, Trevor Root, already standing ready to take home the championship, but there's a couple guys on his heels. We got some boy math to go down. But first up, Shane's going to go out for his first qualifying lap, and like you said, oh. All right, Shane in his Corvette is ready to rock. He's poised on the line underneath that Raceway Park tower. So all this series happen. Thank you for your support all year long. Out to our entire internet cafe over here in the chat. Thank you guys for joining us. Send your favorite emoji. Make sure you give your emoji to your favorite driver at the entire time. Thank you for joining us on the internet. If you're here live and in person, hook up the live stream. You're going to see the exact same footage. Our judges, a beautiful drone. A big shout out to our entire media team and also the guys in the box out there collecting content for the internet. But we're ready for Shane to send her down through. Let's see our first qualifying lap of round 4 of... We have run around. We got some cool interviews. Large right now.
Definitely living large up here, Mike. You have me sweating today, chasing behind you with a camera. It is not easy to keep a camera stable while running behind this guy. He is fast. We got some fun interviews coming out. One of them ended up in the bathroom for some reason, but you guys will see that later. You're going to see a bunch of these interviews. A lot of these drivers, super personable people, and they can drive these cars, that's for sure. But
there's some crazy machines out there, just like Shane right now, and I hear his engine roaring. He's about to shoot out underneath the tower. Our first qualifying lap here. swinging out a nice fade entry going into the outside one, landing in the box. He's got to keep it off the grass here. He's deep on that outside one all the way through. Transitions over the concrete and off to the other side of the asphalt into outside zone number 2. A nice and poised position. You can see him chill, and still, guys, collarbones right now. And only front inside clip right over the box, just as he should. Shane doing a fantastic job keeping it off the wall of death, getting that rear axle exactly we want to see. And I spoke too soon to Shane. Unfortunately, a spin. Casey, we hate to see it.
We hate to see it, especially the way that run was going. I love the way he entered right into outer 1. He clicked in perfect, nice, smooth, calm controlled. The transition was beautiful. Gets into 2, starts coming out a little bit early in outer 2. Going into 3, it looked great. It looked real great coming into 3 until he got halfway and just started to lose it with that wet weather out there. You know, it's got a little bit of patchy, so it might have gripped up and then lost it. We're not exactly sure, but the run prior to that was beautiful.
Unfortunately, he was probably going to have to use his competition 5 timeout to get some points soon, but it is crazy out there. The stadium is relentless, and making it wet is just 10 times more difficult.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of people calling their comp 5 to redo a run because it is not forgiving today.
And here goes Fredo shooting back under there with Knap. 6 has seen better days, but Fredo is always here for a good time. Flicking into outside zone number 1. Nice and poised over that concrete change. Look at it. Nice and solid. He's no stranger to the rain. A club loose, driving as much as he possibly can at every way event he can possibly find. Fredo doing a good job. A little exit up outside too, a little early. He's got his hand out the window.
He says that's no big deal. Nothing at all, Fredo, as he's going to transition around to 3 here. Let's see if he does the same thing as our last driver, and seems like he's got it going through, and he's got a complete run, and it will be scored.
Safe. Fredo always having a great time out here at the Gambler. A big shout to Tim, piloting his E6, those Wise Coast Pistons, supporting him, making sure that he can do obnoxious things like that out here. Always love watching Fredo come out here and drive. Our next driver up on the line to qualify, Colin Cressette. We'll have to wait for our judges' final score. I'll get back to you with Fredo's numbers. But Colin is ready to send it for his first qual.
We got Colin down here, and he is taken off from the line. Let's see this entry. That's a huge part of this track. Everything is entry, especially in the wet. A little bit early on this entry, but he throws it in nice. Clicks right into outer 1. Love what he's doing with the car here, coming around the concrete. You see this transition into 2. Keep it smooth, keep it steady. Colin is doing everything he can to keep that car on the track right now, but he is sitting deep in outer 2 as he's coming around that concrete once more. We're going to have him come through our inner clip up here. Let's see, he's washing out a little bit, but Colin is doing a great job in the rain. Everything considered with these conditions, Colin is killing it into 3. Love what we see here. Can we get a second complete run? And there it is. Colin completes his run, so we're going to get a score for him. But first we got Tim Fredo's score.
Awesome. Tim Fredo with a 74.8. Qualifying for Tim Fredo. Unfortunately, Shane sitting on a 0 on his first run, having to use his competition 5 timeout to get his second lap out here. But Colin looks like he's going to get some points as well, waiting for our judges to do their boy math. Ooh, look at that. Inside clip, behind the scenes. You got to pay top dollar for stuff like that. That's usually extra.
That's what I've heard, Mike. You know, we got these croissant emojis in the chat. We got some Colin fans out there. Love to see it. Keep the emojis flowing.
They're giving Trevor Tree his love. Trevor's hitting number 1 in points. He's got these all over. Pause. That's final points they need to take him out of that championship. But first, we got to finish out round 4, the podium here. Our next driver on the line, Jonathan, ready to pilot his S3300 to his first qualifying lap. Waiting on our judges to get our final score out of Colin. 88.3. 883. What a score. 88.3 for Colin. 88.3 for Colin.
Jonathan firing out from underneath our Raceway Park, the Gambler sign, and he is getting right into outer 1. Getting real deep there, coming around through that transition. Nice transition out of Jonathan. Could have gotten into 2 a little bit earlier, but all things considered, he is sitting real pretty, real deep in outer 2. That's what we love to see out of our drivers. Tons of angle thrown on this car as he's coming around for that inner clip. Perfectly executed on that inner clip, coming to outer 3. Let's see what he can do here. We've seen one mistake here. Doesn't get all the way to outer 3, but he keeps it clean, giving him a scored run. That is important here.
That is what is going to get you into our bracket and the potential to stand on top of that podium. Backside there at the Raceway Park wall. Jonathan getting some points here. He's a little off some boxes, as Casey has noted, but we're going to have to wait for our judges' final verdict of his numbers. And a 78.3, a 78.3 for Jonathan.
Now we got a points leader, Trevor Root, in that gray E36, throwing it into outer 1 with a broken collarbone. This is very important to note. He's clicking all the way through outer 1, coming into outer 2, sending it rowdy. That collarbone is definitely clicking. I'm sure you guys will see a video of that soon. I've sent it down to production, and we will get him breaking his collarbone. It's a funny video, let me tell you.
All right, Trevor doing a fantastic job exiting outside 2, curls it back into that outside, rotates nice and poised into outside 3, avoiding that wall of death. As I say that, a little bit of a bobble, gets it back under control and gets it over the finish line. Trevor Root, points on the board. He's going to get some theories, looking to take home that championship. That is a good start.
It's a great start there. You know, you're going to get those points for making it into the bracket. That's huge. You got a couple people hunting him down. There's a couple people in contention for this points championship. It is not said and done, so make sure you stay to see if a couple of our drivers knock him off that top spot and steal the championship away, or him and his broken collarbone hold on.
And an 89.6, an 89.6 for Trevor Root. That makes him our new #1 qualifier. Hitting #1 in points. He's hitting good, broken collarbone or not. And here's our Trevor Root again. I like Curtis Ball. Pilot Trevor Root. Prospect hard. Never drives the car. Never drives going to take a little bit of a wobble. Very far amount. And honestly, Curtis has been dialing this off in a very wet, patchy track.
Taillights are still in it, and that's important. But what I'm seeing here is this guy driving all the way down from Georgia up here, getting a car from a buddy, and he's showing up to compete. So if you guys got cars anywhere near the area, why aren't you out here competing?
He's calling you out. You can get signed up at racewaypark.com. Unfortunately, 0 in the judge's eyes. He's going to unfortunately have to use that competition 5 timeout. Curtis is after going to come back out and get some redemption. All right, our next driver, Duell, coming down through that 400. Oh, sorry, this is Hug. Hug coming through SC400. Duell, unfortunately, having ECU problems during practice. Hopefully, he gets that fixed. Hug doing a fantastic job piloting that 2JZ SC400, coming all the way down from the motherland of Top Canada, navigating our course here at the Gambler. Boys, ooh, just getting a nice little kiss at an inside clip, rotates off into outside zone #3, getting the rear axle on the line and across the finish line. This is going to get the board. Hug doing a fantastic job here at round 4 of.
Nice run here out by Hug. You know, we went around the pits, we were talking to him. Those cars, there's 2 of them out here. They are beautiful cars. They are nice.
Speaking of that second car, Vanessa is poised and ready to take her lap here for our first qualifying lap. Vanessa piloting a SC300 or 400, but she's piloting a beautiful SC300. Oh, drone down. Oh man, who shot that guy? Who shot that guy? All right, well, put slightly on ice in the air, but Vanessa's and ready to take the first qualifying lap here at round 4. Hug waiting from our judges here. 72.3, a 72.3 for Hug. Vanessa has a massive rear wing in this car. Massive. Like, you could sit on it and eat on it at the same time. It is probably 4 feet up in the air. When you see this thing come out underneath the tower, you'll feel it on the windows. It's moving air. It is moving some air. Pat Gooden just spamming those Trevor Tree. A lot of croissants. Ooh, I'm going to need some verification. Gooden with the cowboy emoji. I don't know what driver that is. Oh, he's all over the place. Pat's over here supporting every driver. Good for Gooden. Good for good. So I don't think this is going to, I don't think it will affect her as much. She was very calm. She was patient. Good in practice. We're patiently waiting to see if Vanessa can lock it in for her first qualifying lap here, get herself into the bracket for round 4.
Yeah, she did seem very calm, very collected. She's going to be, I believe she's going to be putting down a pretty good run here, Mike. I think from what I've seen in practice, she's going to be one of the contenders. She's going to be fighting for that top spot, as is everybody. But I liked what I saw in practice.
Both came down here as a team, brought the entire unit, a massive squad. They're cooking in the pits. They're having a fantastic time joining here at Gambler. We thank all of our Canadian friends for driving all the way down to our border. Also, everybody else has been all over the country. All you, we appreciate your support, and as always, make sure you support your local raceways. It is very important, now more than ever.
And speaking of those Canadians coming down, we see a lot of you guys typing in chat. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but nonetheless, we appreciate the support from you guys.
All right. Our drone is back up in the air. Vanessa's poised and ready. Let's see what she's got for her qualifying lap here. Round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Thank you for joining us here live in person, bearing the weather as well as on the internet. All right, our judges are ready. Vanessa, it's your time to shine. Your first qualifying lap here. The E-Town Gambler. Driving all the way down. Love of drifting, addiction really shining through. Wanted more seat time. They wanted to come down and compete with some solid drivers, and they're getting that here, but first she's got to work her way through qualifying. Kicks into, she's in the box. Angle through, smacking the throttle back. Getting that rear wing almost on the. Telling you, right through that front inside clip, rotate back to the outside 3. Vanessa getting the rear axle where it needs to be, poised and collected. There's so much water in the track now. Cool, but I think bracket.
Definitely going to get her into the bracket, and I loved the driving out of her in outer 2, and you know, she dipped a little bit of a tire. A lot of drivers there would get scared, they would wreck their car, they would loop it, but she stayed in it, she stayed calm, and she kept the car on track and got points on the board, which is the most important thing you can do.
I mean, that's all what gets you in the show later today. That's how you get the big checks. That's how you make it home alive, especially here in the stadium. And the outside of 2 is just one big danger zone. Never mind 3 in the wall of death.
We've definitely seen what outer 2 can do in Formula Drift Prospect this season. We saw a couple of incidents out there. We're hoping for none of those today. We're hoping for all clean, good battles, all clean, safe qualifying runs.
And our next driver up on the line, Jake, piloting that RTS Corvette as he flicks massively well before that last initiation point, landing himself into outside zone number 1. Jake rotates that Corvette back over to outside 2, getting it curved into, landing into that box, keeping that Corvette nice there. Got the taillight out, buddy. But we're going back through. Jake Little doing a fantastic job, wiggling that RTS Corvette around on track here, over the reference point, throwing it back into that front inside clip, just off of the bumper. We like to see that here. Rotates nice and poised. Got to keep it out of the wall of death. Jake doing a good job cranking the angle off to finish off the zone with a nice poised Corvette. Jake doing a fantastic job getting some points on the board. Speaking of points, Vanessa with a 69. Vanessa with a 69. Nice.
Man, what an entry we just had there by Jake. Big angle, big flick, long handbrake pull, but it all works out, and he gets into outer one perfectly to set up his run.
Right, those 3 lines on the track, that is our 3-2-1. That last line and orange mark on that wall is the last initiation point. Jake said, I'm okay with that. I'm going to enter way back here. Jake, for everybody here, definitely going to see what the judges take on his points. An 86.6 and 86.6 for Jake. Our next driver shooting out for his qualifying lap here. Mike Knap, the myth, the legend, out here in his S13. Another massive flick as he rotates into outside zone number 1. Gets that rear axle where it needs to be. Starts curling right out. A complete zone out of Mike Knap as he rotates over our transition through the center here. Bumps and grinds, getting himself nice and poised into outside zone number 2. It's like, the rain slows everything down. You get to watch, you get to look how beautiful that S13 looks coming around as he curls it back into that front inside clip, back over the bump, over that old drag strip, the remnants here of our stadium, as Knap cranking the angle off to finish off his run nice and strong. He's going to get some points on the board. We'll see him in the bracket here later.
Beautiful run there by Mike. You can see this water is really starting to pool up on the track. It's going to make it a little bit more predictable, less patchy. You're not going to have grip, and then it's not going to be slick, but it's still going to be difficult driving in those puddles in this rain.
And everything's good, cars, until you start turning right. And then you get wet. It's kind of, the log down, you got a little water on you. Actually, they may or may not have a poncho on.
Hey, what'd I tell you, Mike? Wet, wild fun today. That's all we're going to have.
You're paying top dollar. You know, water parks charge a lot of. You just come out to Raceway Park. You can get signed up for yourself, racewaypark.com. Check out the magnitude of events that are always happening here. As always, support your local raceway. More important than ever today. All right, let's go to our next driver on the line, waiting to take his first qualifying lap, Nick Delesio. And an 89 for Mike Knap, an 89, just shy of taking out our number 1 qualifier, Trevor Root, who just happens to be our points leader in the series. Looking to take home that championship and another podium spot. Root on a tear, as well as his collarbone. Yeah, he's right. The track looks like a swimming pool. Guys, they're doing a fantastic job. We have only 2 zeros out of there. To our friends on the other side of the track, and yapping. But Nick Delesio pulling out for his first qualifying lap here. And someone shot the drone again. Drone down. Let me give you a recap. Nick Delesio getting through outside zone number 1, rotates down through that center section, getting into outside zone number 2, getting that rear axle a bit shy, getting in his head late, but he starts rotating the car, keeping the S13 in, keeping power down, looking like he's doing his damnedest to get that car stay locked and loaded on the angle as he rotates into that front inside clip. Delesio with that V160 transmission on there. Wild. As Delesio navigates that wall of death, getting through outside 3, rear axle exactly where it needs to be. Picture perfect on that elite JDM. S13 across the line. Just misses the drone as he's driving back. We're safe. It's safe. The rain is definitely coming down here now. Delesio doing a fantastic job navigating through. All right, so Delesio getting through here for his first qualifying lap. Unfortunately, our drone taking the weather not well, to be completely honest with you. But Delesio, points on the board. We're going to have to wait for our final verdict from the judges here. Poised and waiting on the line. Waiting to take his first qualifying lap. And an 87.3 for Nick Delesio.
As you guys can see, it is wet. It is raining hard. It took out our drone, so we're just having a little bit of a tech pause right now, getting that drone back up in the air to give you guys that beautiful view from over top to see these cars ripping around this figure eight.
Not only are our drivers working hard to navigate the weather here, so is our entire production team. As always, thank you guys for joining us here live and in person, bearing the weather, supporting yourselves and the favorite drivers that come out here to support your favorite raceway, Raceway Park, as well as all the media guys in the bunker, as well as lined through the rest of the track. Thank you guys for joining us. Stay dry, stay hydrated, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic time here at E-Town Gambler. A big shout out to Los Goonies bringing out some show out here in less than ideal weather conditions, so you guys are some troopers, because I know you guys have been wiping that thing down the entire day. They come out in the rain for your support. We think, honestly, showing up all year long. We've had some great parties all year here at E-Town Gambler.
That's for sure, Mike. I got to say, every time I show up here to the E-Town Gambler, I have a wonderful time. I've heard some people say it is the happiest place on earth, and I couldn't agree more. Every time we show up, I love this place. I love the competition, the atmosphere. So if you come out to these events, make sure you get to the next ones next year. If you've shown up to any of them, thank you. As Mike has been saying, we appreciate it.
Chat knows what's up. October 25th, we got the Casino Royale. Make sure you guys get signed up at racewaypark.com. That is a kart track comp, no cage required, 35 tire. Chris Knap says, bring it, records or checkers. I think Knap's going to drive that one. I think he's saving himself for that one right now. Yeah, he's saving himself. He's saving himself for Casino Royale, October 25th. Get signed up at racewaypark.com. Get out here. I don't know. Maybe I'll bring the car down. I got to beat Chris. Like, he's giving me some evil eyes right now. Ooh, and a little tongue. Nice. All right, unfortunately, while our drone is being repaired and we get that back up in the sky due to the inclement weather, we're going to give you guys this back half view of outside zone number 2. Trevor patiently waiting over the line to take his first qualifying lap here, probably on his S13. Got the wipers on, ready to take his lick of points here at the Gambler. We apologize once again if you were joining us on the live stream. We'll get that drone up in the air as soon as possible. But enjoy this long outside zone number 2. All right, we iced Trevor a little bit, so we're going to allow him some back into the box, get some tire heat back into those circles to make sure he's getting the perfect lap that he possibly can, the stuff that he's been doing all day in practice. Trevor brought the right car today. Trevor out here with a lower horsepower S13. Everybody out on a 235 tire, but Trevor got the power band locked in. I'm sure it's a fun one here in the wet.
Definitely going to need that for this wet weather. Sometimes too much horsepower is your enemy when you're on this wet weather. If this track was dry, we'd want those big horsepower cars screaming, but with this wet weather, sometimes slowing it down, taking it nice and smooth is going to be your friend.
Especially when the whole idea is just points to the board. Trevor comes shooting out. That thing's spinning well before cranking out for outside zone number 1. You guys on the live stream, unfortunately not being able to see Trevor rotate back through, but you're going to see a glimpse of him and see he locks himself into outside zone number 2. A bit shy off of the line, getting that rear axle late into outside 2. You're going to see him blow past the screen right here, getting that S13 exactly where he needs to be. What a shot. As he curls it back into that front inside clip, getting the front bumper right where it needs to be, keeping that cone right where it needs to stay. Trevor rotates into outside zone number 3. getting that rear axle poised, keeping it out of the dirt and across the finish line. All right, Trevor, across the line, waiting for our judge's verdict on his first qualifying run. We have our next driver, Brian, BG Automotive, that E36 poised and ready, already going back into the burnout box to allow him a little more heat in those rear tires. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final points for Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor was fighting the car a little bit, fighting this wet weather throughout that entire run. And it was a little bit hard for you guys to see at home, but a little bit of bobbles, but he kept it clean and he kept the run together, putting him in the bracket.
With a 68 Trevor in the bracket. But here we go. Let's see what Brian found for his first qualifying lap here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Already cranked well before he literally came out of the tower spinning. Rotates into outside 2. Keeps his E36 poised over the concrete section in the middle as he lands into outside 2. Beat that BG Automotive E36 rampant by us. Our sponsor logos, all of them. I think we support our sponsors on the social media as well. Show your love to all of them. Let them know that E-Town Gambler sent you through. Brian, nice into outside. A bit shy off the box, then ends it up super poised over the finish line. A little tap of mud just for good taste, but fine. He's having a good time. Still cranking the angle well over past out of the tower. Brian's going to get some points. Have to go to our judges for our final verdict. Boy, math, I'm curious.
And while they're getting those scores totaled up, I want to mention something. Our next driver is Phil Silva. He is one of the 7 drivers that entered our last man standing, which I will get more to after Mike tells you the score.
And a 70.6 for Brian.
As I was saying, Phil, one of the few drivers in our last man standing, put $100 in. You don't have to win the tournament. You just have to outlast everybody else who has put money into that pot. Phil, being one of those drivers, would like to put up some big numbers, get good qualifying, and go far in this bracket.
Phil, one of those drivers that have been coming out the entire series. I believe it is his first time competitively drifting, and he's sitting number 5 in points coming into this round, right behind. He is the highest placed non-pro spec or pro licensed driver out here. Phil on his rookie season coming out, showcasing what it takes to get some points out here at Englishtown. And he's doing a fantastic job, keeping that Corvette out, getting that axle in. A bit shy, a little bobble here and there, but he's making sure he lands in the box and stays there. He's going to keep the angle up, like you said, over and over again. All he's got to do is get some points. Phil, keep it together as he rolls back into that front inside flip. The transitions here, this is where you make it or break it in the stadium as he lands into outside 3. He's in the box. All he's got to do is make it over the finish line, and Phil will get those points that he sees. Sitting number 5 in points coming into the round. He's going to get a few more. We'll see what the judges have to say.
Phil showcasing why he is so high up in our points standings. You know, we talked to Phil. Phil was saying he wanted to come out to the Gamblers to see what it's like to compete with the big dogs. And the more I watch Phil, the more I'm thinking he might be one of the big dogs in this competition. He's up there. He's going to be one of those ones that you should watch out for a podium. If not this event, maybe next year.
Unfortunately, if you guys can't hear us in the stands, we are constantly working on it. This wet weather is definitely putting us through some plagues, but I applaud you if you are joining us on the live stream. We thank you for joining us on the internet. We got our drone back up in the air, and we're waiting for our next driver to come through. Jonathan waiting for his first qualifying lap. We're also waiting for Phil Silva's final point.
Jonathan throwing it in at that 3 cone into outer 1. A little bit shy of outer 1, but that's okay. He can keep it together and recover here. Getting into outer 2. Like that transition, still just trying to work that car back in this wet weather, trying to just float it back ever so slightly, getting into outer 2. Running along that inside line.
He's curling it back in. He's doing a great job. He's going, dude. He's doing great.
No, he's got it. He's getting it around. Now for that last outside zone. This is one of them dangerous zones, but he keeps it conservative, touches into outer 3, and he completes a run, which is, again, as we've been saying, the most important thing you can do.
Now, it's very important our drivers are putting down a lead lap that is chaseable, but nonetheless, he did get through. He survived the lap. Phil with an 80 sitting into the points. Phil doing a fantastic job throughout the entire series. 80 is a fantastic score. To pick up our number one qualifier, Trevor Root, still sitting with an 89.6 for Trevor Root. But Jonathan, another solid lap here. A big applaud to all our drivers. We only have a couple not less than a couple. We only have 2 zeros out here, and both of these drivers honestly came out raw. There's the first time they're in the stadium, and they got a very difficult pull of hands. But to be honest, we're going to get back to them. They're going to have to use their competition 5 timeout because we only allow 1 qualifier without that comp 5 out, you'd be out. So hopefully they never need it again. But they're going to get into them brackets. Jonathan waiting for the points, and we got Jacob Duncan with his JZ powered SRT shooting out right now.
Big flick out of Jacob Duncan, clicking into outer 1. He's coming around, gonna come over that concrete, that old drag strip that used to be here at E-Town. Now he's getting into outer 2, floating that car back, getting right on the edge, dipping a little bit of that tire in that water. That could just be the puddle sitting on the track, but he's holding it together nonetheless. Coming around nice and smooth. That's what we love to see out of our drivers as he comes through the inner clip. Nice, right on that cone where he needs to be into our last outer zone, outer 3. Little bit shy as he works that car back. Don't overload. No. For the line.
He waited for the drone to get back up in the air. Jacob just cranking it off just a little too much. Unable to finish. You hate to see it, but Jacob, unfortunately, you're going to have to use that comp timeout. He's got a 0. The kid's good, but unfortunately, he'll have to prove it next time. And shooting right off our next qualifying driver, Nate Chen, comes blasting out from under that Raceway Park tower as he lands himself into outside zone number 1 with that FDRX7. Chen rotates back over to outside zone number 2. Looks like he splashes right into outside zone 2. He gets himself locked in as he's going to come across your screen as I speak. That E-Town Gambler right there on the bottom as the backside of the RX-7 rotates itself into that front inside clip. Chen holds his composure, gets back over the bumps and bruises through the center section and lands himself, keeping himself off the wall of death, nice and deep into outside 3. And Chen looks like he's going to get over the finish line unscathed and get some points on the board. Chen is one of those drivers looking to take out Trevor Root. He's got the points, but he needs the results today.
Yeah, and Chen had the results last season of the Gambler. I believe he was our 235 champion last year, and he's going for back-to-back. Currently 3rd in points, has a shot at number 1, but it's going to take a couple of things to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of boy math that's going to have to happen. Let's see what Nate Chen gets as his final score. The judges. Oh, hold on. They got calculators out. And a 90.3, a new number 1 qualifier, 90.3 for Nate Chen.
Dmitri Brutzky debuting this car, coming out, a Formula Drift Pro and Pro Spec driver, throwing it into outer 1. A little bit short at first, getting into outer 1, but he sits right in there towards the latter half of that zone as he slides over to outer 2. He gets right on the edge, careful of those puddles. They can do some dangerous things to these cars, but Dmitri, he's a 2-time Pro Spec champion. He has no problem driving in this weather. He's driven in anything. He's coming around to the inner clip, no problem, calm, cool, collected, as you would expect out of a driver of his caliber as he goes into outer 3. Love that outer 3 so far. As long as he holds it together, got a little bit squirrely towards the end, but that was a beautiful run out of Dmitri Brutzky.
Dmitri getting this thing on the dyno, making some horsepower, a little showboat as he goes back onto the tower. A little reckless there, but we'll talk to him later about that. Dmitri Brutzky, nonetheless, getting some points on the board. We'll see him in the bracket. Our judges giving our final score. A 74.6 from Dmitri Brutzky in his new E46. Our next driver already shooting out from that Raceway Park, Casey. Piloting that E36. Shooting back out, another BMW driver initiates before that last initiation point, a bit shy off of outside 1, rotates away from it, but he's keeping his car at angle. Wheels are spinning underneath as he is also going to avoid the entry of outside zone number 2. Those ruts and walls are definitely an intimidating factor. That thing is clean, looks straight. Definitely don't want to wreck that thing out, but you got to put yourself into the boxes. We're going to see how the judges, at least you got a front clip. You got the front clip off, land yourself in the outside 3. You got one more, a little bit of a bobble correction there. We'll see how the judges weigh it as he rotates himself through the finish line. He survives the lap. The car's still straight and shiny. That guy's detailing that thing in the parking lot. Look at that thing.
Pretty sure I saw him in pits shining it up, Mike.
Yeah, that thing, for it being raining, it's definitely holding a sheen. That thing's ceramic coated or something.
Going to see what the judges do here. As Mike mentioned earlier with one of our drivers earlier, that the runs not only have to go around the track without spinning out, they need to be chaseable because we're going to be in a tandem competition, and we need to put down a chaseable lead run. We're going to see how the judges deem this run. I believe it's chaseable, but that's not my call to make.
Yeah, we just get to talk in the sticks. We don't have to take the responsibility there. And a 31.3, it is points nonetheless, but a 31.3 for Casey.
As we got Jake Lipton in that Corvette. He's been here at a couple of these Gambler rounds now, throwed it into outer one. He was telling us earlier he's never driven this track in the dry, only the wet.
Yeah, Jacob also wants to give a shout out to his wife for watching the kids, allowing him to come out and compete here at Raceway Park. Big shout out, a big thank you for allowing him to come out here and party with us today. And it looks like he's partying as he does, rotating that Corvette back into the front inside clip as he just knocked off the checklist of outside zone number 2. A bit shy, a little bit of a wobble into outside 3, making sure that Corvette survives the lap, and it looks like Jake's going to get some points as he crosses over the finish line. Another Formula D Pro Spec driver, Adam Heisman, piloting that Mustang, a Bash brother, if you will, sitting on the line waiting for his first qualifying lap.
Yeah, Bash brother indeed. Adam is one of those guys who, when he is in that chase, he is not afraid to hit you. He will put it on your door. He will hit you around the entire track if he is able to.
And a 75 for Jacob. Definitely making the time away from the kids worth it. Adam Heisman working his way into outside zone number 1, gets that rear axle with a new custom knuckle in the back he's telling me about. I know nothing about it. You're going to have to ask him himself. Hit him up on the socials if you want anything to know about this Mustang. But Adam looking like he's going to do what he needs to do to get some points down on the board. Locked and loaded into outside zone number 2, splashing our zone with tons of water. Look at the rooster tails coming off the backside of the tires as he rotates through that front inside clip. Transitions out to outside 3. He's got to keep it out of the dirt, off of the wall. And it looks like he's flirting with it, that's for sure. As Adam's going to do what exactly he needs to do to get some points, a little showboat over the end. Heisman's still cranking through. It is starting to come down here. The wild. We're getting to the bottom list of our qualifying. But Adam getting some points on board, waiting for our judges' final verdict.
Shout out to our drone operator, keeping it in the sky with this heavy rain, the rooster tails shooting off of that Mustang. They're doing everything they can to give you guys a good product at home, and I hope you guys are enjoying it.
The young kid, Jacob Brutzky, sitting on the line waiting for his qualifying. This is Dmitri's son. I believe he just turned 15 yesterday, just had a birthday. Happy birthday, brother. He's out here looking to take down some, honestly, I think they're boomers at this point.
They might be boomers at this point.
Oh, he's in a borrowed car. He's in his father's E46, sharing a vehicle as Jacob. I don't think has any laps in this car. He just cranked out to outside zone number 1, a bit shy off the box, rotates over to outside 2. It looks like he's trying to keep Dad's car intact as he avoids outside 2, but he is, as I say that, spinning around the car. Unfortunately, Jacob getting a hard hand. It is downpouring out here. Is definitely a hard drive, and it looks like he just took a lap in a car that he's probably never driven today.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's ever driven this car, but let me tell you something about Jacob Brutzky. Yeah, I've talked to him. This kid can drive, but he can also talk tons of trash. He likes to trash talk other drivers, all in good fun, but he is a young kid who can back it up. In the future years, I see him being a Pro Spec champion. That's just a prediction.
Jacob Lipton with a 75 and Adam Heisman with a 66. Jacob Brutzky unfortunately going to have to use that competition 5 timeout to get some points on the board. We only have 3 goose eggs out here, so we're looking for those 3 drivers to make their way back to the grid. It's time for your qualifying. Our next qualifying driver on the line looks like we're going to have Anthony Rizzo piloting himself out to underneath the tower, towing this thing on his own tow company's flatbed. He initiates out to outside 1. Let's see if he can keep it off of the tow truck and onto the box here in a Podium. He does a good job outside 1, cranking the angle out as he rotates to the outside 2, getting the rear axle a bit shy off the box and gets in and nice and land. Let's see if he can lock himself back in with a little left foot brake, keeping that S13 coupe right where it needs to be, rotating the angle on, starting to really rooster tail those rear tires. Look at that thing crank through to get to that front inside clip, just off of that front inner, rotates over the concrete into outside 3. And across from the mud, off of the wall. Anthony's not scared to use all of his angle kit as he comes across the finish line here. Rizzo putting on a show.
Definitely putting on a show, especially through outer 3 there. You can see him right on the edge of that track, right on that white line, where he wants to be. Full throttle and through that zone. We love to see that out of our drivers.
All right, waiting for our judges' final math of it. Anthony definitely putting on a crank. He's getting himself some points. 71.3, a 71.3 for Anthony. Our next driver coming out literally first lap of the day, wet track. Martin came down here with a mission. You guys are in for a treat. Martin's about to take his first qualifying lap here. And here we go. Martin shoots out from under the Raceway Park. A big feint injury well before that last initiation point. Gets himself into outside zone number 1, getting that rear axle of that S13 coupe. Landed, rotates over the concrete, back onto the asphalt, into outside zone number 2. He's poised and positioned. Martin doing a great job throughout practice. Honestly, he's been locked and loaded all day.
Definitely one of those drivers in practice that you can just see from the first lap off the trailer, he is here to win. He's here for the big checks. He's here for the trophy, and he's trying to take that top spot. So to all you other drivers out there, watch out for Martin. Look at this qualifying run. It's beautiful. He's putting it together, doing what he has to, getting points on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes a few rounds and if he doesn't win this whole thing.
Yeah, Martin's definitely a name to watch out for in the bracket. He's definitely got some points. We'll see him there later today, waiting on our judges' final math to see where Martin will place. And we have, we have 2 more drivers on the line waiting to qualify. Jake, honestly, just ask the other drivers to keep his paint nice. With Jake looking for some points to get into the bracket here, and hopefully Joel Richard finding a solution to his ECU disaster earlier today, but unfortunately I haven't heard any positive updates.
You know, Jake asking...
Ooh, and a guest appearance from Brian Hopp, but Jake's shooting out for his first qualifying.
Jake asking the other drivers to keep the paint clean, and in this weather it's going to be hard to keep anybody's paint clean, but he's doing it so far. A little bit shy in outer 1, maybe doesn't want to scrape it along that wall, but he's getting into outer 2, going to sit nice and deep into outer 2 as we're coming around to that full drag strip, that concrete, going right over, nice, smooth, consistent. You can hear that throttle screaming all the way over here in the tower. Coming around to outer 1, nice, right where we got to be. Coming through outer 3, let's just keep it out of the danger zone, which he does as of yet. Could have been a little bit more angle, but he's definitely keeping it clean.
He almost made you a liar there, but Jake pulling it out, getting some points in. We'll see him in the bracket later today. Jake doing a fantastic job. We're looking for Martin's final score out of the judges. And a 78.3 out of Martin, a 78.3 out of Martin. Jake definitely getting some points on the board, waiting for our judges to do the final boy math. They got their calculators out here. One's on fire. Yeah, yours. Yeah, you're smoking. Your phone's on fire. Yeah, it is fire. And a 61.6, a 61.6 for Jake. And it looks like we have our guest driver, basically Brian Hopp, coming out for his S13, that MA Motorsports, screaming out from underneath the tower as he cranks over to that first outside zone, getting peer pressure to get out here on track today. I'm super excited to see Brian out for comp, and it looks like he's doing a fantastic job. I think he got a limited amount of practice today, and it's not showcasing here. He's doing phenomenal navigating in the wet and wild track here in the stadium. Brian Hopp needs to curl it back into that front inside clip, get the nose of that S13 right where it needs to be. I really hope he's got like a dry sock on that filter, because that's a big filter. That's a big filter. But he survives. As I say this, he cranks on the angle, almost making me a liar, but Brian Hopp, just a little bit of showmanship on the end, saying, I got a little left in the tank. Definitely different from what he's normally in, but it looks like Curtis is pulling himself together, a bit shy of the box. All he needs is to keep it on track. Curtis pulls back into that front inside clip. He does get nice and close to that front inside, which is going to set him up super well for this outside 3. Just keep the car at angle. A chaseable lap is all we need. Points on the board, and it looks like Curtis is going to get himself into the bracket here. A big shout to Curtis Hall, pulling himself together in a multitude of crazy hand.
Yeah, I couldn't even begin to explain what he's going through in that car right now. Never driven it, never driven these tires, never driven this track, plus the wet weather. To put down points, get in the bracket, that is super impressive, and it couldn't happen to a more deserving guy. Curtis is one of those guys that you can't not love him.
And to be honest, I think this is Curtis' first competition showcase of drifting for a very long amount of time. Curtis is an OG here in drifting, so he took a little bit of hiatus, honestly building community down there at Mid-Pond. So to see him back out at the comp and doing something out here, we love to see it. This, I believe, is Shane back out in the Corvette. He also had to take his Comp 5 timeout, looking to put some points on the board. He needs anything. It looks like he has a little bit of a bobble going into outside 2, but it looks like he's going to have to clean up. We're going to have to go on the final judge's decision on that. That's why we just bumped into the stick, man. We got the easy job.
Yeah, I love this job, talking to a stick. I got hired for this. Actually, I kind of signed up, but I love it nonetheless. And I'm up here watching drift cars all day, getting to talking to a mic, and you guys are kind of forced to listen to me. You can turn the volume down, but why?
Yeah, that's honestly, man, they're here to listen. But we do miss Sarah. Sarah, big shout to Sarah. Sarah, unfortunately, couldn't be here today. But Casey, honestly, you might be a little better looking.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that.
No hate, Sarah. No hate.
You know, Mike, you keep mentioning that these drivers are using their Comp 5 timeout. That's a rule implemented here at the Gambler. You get one qualifying run, and if you do not score or you want to do higher, you have to use your Comp 5 timeout, which all these drivers that you are seeing are doing.
Speaking of comp timeout, Jacob Duncan throwing in there a risky maneuver, having to take that comp 5 out early to get the qualifying points that he needs to put himself into the bracket. Duncan getting those S13 hoop back into the outside zone number 2. It looks like he's going to get that rear axle. It looks like he's playing with that inside line as he curls it back into that front inside clip. A little bit of a bobble there. Needs to keep his composure. Talked to Jacob into the pits. He said he got a lot of sin laps. He was ready for today, but I don't think he was ready for a swimming pool of the track conditions, but it looks like he's going to survive the lap and get over the finish line.
And what an entry there by Jacob. Big angle, big flick. Love to see it. Love to see the run get complete, put points on the board, and add more drivers to this bracket to make more craziness to happen later in this wet tandem battles that we're going to be seeing.
All right, we got one more driver up on the line for his qualifying redemption lap. Jacob Brutzky piloting his father's baller car, that brand new build, that E46. They were on the dyno last night, basically showed up, and all it had was time on the dyno, so I'm sure it's loving this no-load limiter.
It's got to be wonderful for that car, man. It's a way to break it in, you know?
It's taking it. Oh, I lied. Here comes Jake Knoll. I think Jake got some parts. What are you doing out there, Jake? Jake got a 0? Oh, that's fair enough. Jake didn't like his points, so he's back out there using his Comp 5 timeout to try to get higher up in the bracket. That was a bold move. Good for you. Be confident in yourself. Good for you. He's back out there. He's cranking through outside zone number 2, rotating it back into that inside flip. Jake rotating out to outside zone number 3. He's got to keep it out of the mud and off the wall. He's got to survive the lap. He's hitting that rear axle where it needs to be, nice and deep like across the line. He's going to survive.
He was one of those drivers that did put points on the board, chose to use the Comp 5 timeout to better his score, trying to seed himself better for later on when we have our battles in the bracket.
Honestly, I mean, kudos to Jake and his team if he's doing that much math already, figuring out where everybody's placing to the point where he wants to make that decision. Or to be honest, he was just not proud of himself. And like whatever it is, we're going to see if the judges award him for more points. And he gets an 80, an 8-0 for Jake. Definitely an improvement here. I believe that is going to be the last of our qualifying drivers here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. I lied. Jacob Brutzky still in the line. He's going to make it back out here. He's in a borrowed vehicle. You guys are always on the radio, always making me a liar. You know, all I got to do is just say something, and then they're like, nah, dude, that's wrong. So, like, honestly, that's cool, because now Jacob's going to get out here. He got his redemption lap. He's in his father's vehicle. Maybe this time it'll actually be him shooting out from underneath the tower. Or, you know what, maybe Jacob will make me a liar again.
Yeah, you know, that is one of the downsides to talking into the stick, is you can be made a liar with the change of anybody's opinion. You know what I'm saying? You could be down there, you could say, oh, this is the end, like Mike just did, and then you are made a liar. But a liar...
I mean, we've seen crazier things happening in tire laps. It is wet. It is wild. It is slick. Unfortunately, fortunately, I think the rain has stopped. The fans are filling back up. Stands are in there. Yeah, we see you out there. They're hyped to be out here. Guys with the pop-up tents, you guys are really killing it. You guys really came prepared today. Big shout out to everybody that's joined us here at the E-Town Gambler, Los Goonies, for bringing out a plethora of cool cars over there to showcase what they're coming out here. Great food, great vibes, great people, amazing machines, and honestly some great driving based upon conditions. We got a bunch of brackets, a bunch of points. I don't think we have any fallouts, and we're doing a fantastic job here. We're hyped at our final round of E-Town Gambler, where we're looking to give away the big checks, the podium, and nonetheless our points leader Trevor Root looking to lock in that championship here. All right, looks like Jacob's getting some fuel into Dmitri Camp E46, that brand new car. We're just waiting for him to get his second qualifying, his redemption lap here. He needs points to get into the bracket. Fresh at 15 years old, just getting his birthday the other day, I believe yesterday. Happy birthday to Jacob. But brother, we need you out here paging Jacob to the line.
Jacob Brutzky, we got word he is in the burnout box. He will be pulling up to that starting grid in just a minute, and we will get our last qualifying run out of Jacob Brutzky.
This rain wreaking havoc on our production team, making them work for it this evening. Make sure you guys show your support through the live stream chat. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet. Thank you guys especially for joining us here live and in person, and every driver and team for coming out here. Jacob looks like he's going to leave the bark box now. His tires now nice and spicy, waiting for himself to get some points. We want to see him in the bracket here. Be a really nice birthday present. Get some points on the board.
Definitely would be nice to make that bracket. He's one of those ones I could see him doing really well in this sport, but especially today in this bracket. If he can get some points on the board, he's one to watch out for.
All right, here we go. Jacob taking his redemption qualifying lap here at the E-Town Gambler. This is round 4, the final qualifying driver here. Let's see if he can get it done. Going through the checklist, a bit shy off of outside zone number 1, but we've seen already he just needs to get some points on the board. He's got to navigate this wet stadium track. A little bit of a bobble going to outside 2 there. Keeps the car on the composure. Got to keep the wheels spinning. Jacob, if you can hear me out there, just floor it, brother. Get it in through it. Oh, and that's just a major mistake out of the E46. Jacob, unfortunately, may or may not have just sealed his fate. We'll have to go with our judges for our final verdict as he rotates into our last outside zone, avoiding the outside lines of the box. But you know what? He's across the finish line, but we're going to see how bad that deficit is in the judges' eyes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was quite a straight, and that's not my call to make. Again, we just talking to a stick. We let the judges determine if that's a 0 or if that is a scoreable run. We're doing some boy math up here, getting that score. Judges are watching it back, seeing what exactly happened in outer 2 with Jacob Brutzky.
All right, our judges have awarded Jacob some points. We'll see him in the bracket with a 4.3. That's boy math for you. The judges gave him up some points, a 4.3 from Jacob. Happy birthday, brother. You're in the bracket, just barely. Clean it up, and we'll see you in the battle bracket here later today. All right, that's going to conclude our qualifying drivers here at round 4 of the Gambler. A big shout to every driver and team for navigating this wet and wild track here. Thank you guys for joining us on the stream. Don't go anywhere. We're about to hop into the action here of our almost 32 drivers out here, almost a full bracket of battles about to go down. You thought it was wet and wild. Now wait until we send 2 cars at once, and they're going to start rubbing uglies out there.
And as you can see, the rain has stopped here, which is going to make it even more rough and ugly out there, because we're going to start this as this track starts to dry up. We're going to get some dry spots, some puddles, and it's just going to make these cars 10 times more unpredictable. At least during qualifying, it was all wet. It was slick, but you knew what was going on.
It's also just up to you in qualifying. You're responsible for yourself, but now having another driver out there, putting the pressure on both in front and behind you constantly is going to change the game, and the mental up is now on rev limiter. These guys are going to have to showcase their skill set if they want to walk away to win. Trevor Root just got knocked out of that top qualifying position, I believe. Yep, Nate Chen taking him out, that number one qualifying with a 90.3. Nate Chen is in that hunt, trying on the heels of Trevor Root, standing in the points leadership going into the round. We're going to see who's going to take the championship, who's going to take the podium. Just in a moment here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Don't go anywhere. We're about to get into our action here.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
We're out here, final round of E-Town Gambler. Heisman out here with the nice Mustang.
Oh, yeah. The very nice paint job. If you can see, I do my own body work. This is 100% me. I take full credit for how amazing this car looks.
You got anything to say to your fellow competitors out here today?
Yeah, everybody's getting dorked. I do not care. You see the look of this car. So something we're doing with SRD, we are actually the first ones to ever run aftermarket knuckles on a Cobra IRS. Just got them 3 days ago, got them set up. They feel amazing. I got a ton of grip out here in the rain. I don't know if you see me in practice. I've already been dooring people, and I'm trying to line up against one of those Root cars, and I'm just going to push them through the first turn.
You heard it first. Easy, man. He had a bad collarbone. Don't hurt him again.
No, I'm trying to break the other one.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Good luck today.
It's all love, all the Root family. It's amazing. I love the Gambler. Rain, no rain, we're still going to have a good time.
Awesome, man. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
You like that?
I do. So this is new, yeah?
This is new.
New bungee cord?
New.
New. So like,
Never seen before.
you got like horsepower numbers in this thing right now?
585, I think.
Okay. It's healthy.
It just been on the dyno, so
Have you driven it yet?
no,
No drive yet.
no driving.
Well, at least you
Even
got
out
some
of the
beautiful
trailer.
weather.
Yeah.
Nice. And you got the whole fam out here too.
Yes.
No, bring the kid out here. Come on, dude. Come out here. Come on, come on, here. It was your birthday,
He's 15
dude.
now.
15 years old.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself to the internet. Go ahead.
I'm 15 years old. I'm Jacob Brutzky, and I'm a professional driver.
The real son of a
Nailed it, dude. All right, he's out here. All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
Enjoy your break. Get out there in the practice. High up in points.
Yes.
Out here, first year comp.
Yes.
And being a contender right now. Final round of the Gambler. How do you feel today?
It's insane. Like to think about being behind like 4 guys that are seasoned in the sport, they've all competed in FD, and to be like right there with them is kind of mind-boggling. I never thought that would go that way.
He's being humble.
Well, it's wild because again, it's my first series. Do they do a rookie of the year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll make a trophy for
That's
him.
worth $50 now.
We'll get somebody arts and craft. We'll get started on it right now. But honestly,
enough.
dude, you've been doing phenomenal all season. It's been a pleasure to watch. It's been a pleasure to watch you enjoy yourself out here and watching. Do you have anything to say to your fellow competitors out here today?
Good luck. Like, it's sketchy out there. Like, coming off of different surfaces, it really changes how much grip you have. Coming into 3, it feels like just a splash zone. You don't have any grip coming in there too. So it's really tricky. Hopefully we can make it to the end of the day without any like big incidents. That's really where my head is at, is like just trying to make it around the course right now.
Hey, I mean, it looks like your car is all in one piece still. You're doing a good job.
I had 1 spin so far, so I've only done like 3 or 4 laps, but getting a little bit more comfortable. The entry is also a little sketchy too, because again, you pull the handbrake and it's just sideways for days before it slows down. So
as a first-time competitor to the series, between road course and the stadium, which is your favorite course here?
ooh, that's interesting. For chasing in the stadium, I think it's better since there's only 2 transitions. It's like you have to be on the money or else you're completely gone, right?
Yep.
So it rewards that like risky transition, like trying to dive early and all that stuff, and it looks spectacular when you pull it off.
Yep.
So that one's a little bit more high risk, high reward, even because the course is a little bit simpler. For lead runs, I prefer the road course because you can just send it a little bit harder with a little bit more confidence. So I mean, it's kind of 50-50 really. Like I don't really have a preferred one because it's just an obstacle that we had to deal with, right?
That's a solid answer. So you got anything for the people that didn't make it out for the E-Town Gamblers rounds this year?
Hopefully see you guys next year. Like it's a lot of fun. It's really competitive. It's really hard. You get humbled really fast. Like when you think you're all that and you go up against these guys, it's like you'll get put in your place real quick, which it's good because like if these top guys weren't here, like the level would kind of regress a little bit, I think. So like having guys like this to compare yourself to is a great help, and it raises the standard for everybody, right?
Of course. And honestly, man, you're doing a fantastic job this season. I'm stoked to see you on the top of the list. Good job.
Thank you so
Good
much.
luck today.
Appreciate it.
What are we looking at? What are we doing?
I think these boys are trying to win practice over here.
Oh, that's a doozy, dude.
Yeah.
What?
So-
You good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'll pull the winch out and straighten it all out.
All right.
But,
Well, how you feeling otherwise before you got a little bump and bruise?
Not bad, you know. I mean, rainy day of drifting's better than no drifting at all, right? Heard it here first.
That's positivity, man.
Yeah.
Repost that a couple times. Positivity.
And also for the, just to say it, I've never driven in the stadium where it wasn't raining. And I've sucked equally every single time. I've screwed up this car more times here than any other place I've ever driven, and I've only driven here 3 times.
Honestly, man, I'm looking down the line. It looks pretty straight to me. You're doing a good job. You're still out here. You've had fun all year, correct?
Oh yeah.
If you had to pick your favorite, what's your favorite track? Stadium or road course?
I was really excited to drive the stadium today in the dry because I feel like now the car is set up for it. That being said, driving the road course, hanging out with everybody on grid, no better place.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We'll fix that.
It'll buff out. Don't worry about
It'll
it.
look like the time I backed into the wall. We
Fair
fixed it
enough.
right after.
Fair enough. Good luck. Hey.
Here I am just trying to be a helpful guy.
Yeah, well, you know, I can't find your driver. Where's your driver?
He's in the bathroom doing a little tinkle.
Dude, it starts raining and all these dudes got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
All right.
water.
Well, all right. So you're out here, I'm assuming, crew chiefing
Yes,
for your
sir.
boy
Yes,
right
sir.
now.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you got anything to say to your competitors?
You better look out for Jacob because he has no fear.
Kid's good, dude. The kid's good.
No fear.
Zach's also, he'll mess you up too. Don't mess with the boy.
I got a radio and I just say go faster and faster.
That's called responsibility. Good luck to you guys.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm pretty sure this is illegal, but we got Jacob Duncan back. All right, brother.
Lucky I'm 18.
Hey, usually you got to charge for content like this.
Yeah, right.
I think your father's in here too. Say hello. Hey, I'm taking a Nice. All right, we'll have to bleep that one out, but it's fine. Jacob, we didn't get your interview earlier, so I wanted to circle back and basically, do you have anything to say to your fellow competitors today?
Well, it's pretty rainy outside. I'm hoping everybody, keeps their car out of the walls, out of the dirt best they can. Everybody keeps their cars running until the competition. And best of luck to everybody. Hoping the best for everybody in the competition today. Looking for some clean, fair battles, clean fights today.
He's coming out swinging.
Yeah, I hope to at least.
Well, you look good in practice.
Thank you.
Give an insight what you're driving, because you're not driving in here.
That is true.
Tell the people what you got.
So I got a 700 horsepower, basically a Pro Spec level S13 coupe. It's got a 1.5 JZ built by Jay Mayer with RS Garage, and this thing is a monster to drive, especially in the wet. It feels like my horsepower is probably doubled, if not tripled, with the rain coming down. So trying to fight through that. It's a little slippery out there, a little harder to drive than normal, but making our way through. Like you said, I felt pretty good in practice. Kept it on the track at least for now. So.
Nice. All the taillights and lights intact.
That is true.
You're doing a good job, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's get out of here. It's weird. Hey, so we're out here, Los Goonies. They brought some beautiful sleds out here. They hung them hang out at the E-Town Gambler. There's cheese on that?
Yeah.
Did you get that here?
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back to him. So we're out here at the final round of the E-Town Gambler. We're here with Nate Chen. You guys having fun? You guys having fun out here in the rain?
Man, why are you sneaking up behind me, man? I think you want something else.
I mean, I got close, dude. I got close. You feel good out here?
Yeah, no, it's definitely really wet, as you can tell, but it's all good. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, the car looks good.
Thank you.
Honestly, you look dry. Hannibal, actually, he looks dry too. You guys are doing the right job.
Well, I was using an umbrella. He's got a top on his car.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
You got anything to say to your fellow competitors today? You're high up in points, looking for those extra to take out Root. Got anything to say to them?
I don't know. Best of luck, and hope to see him in the finals or to knock him out early. So.
All right, fair enough, dude. Good luck today. We're out here on grid. All these guys are out here, rain or shine. There's an 80% chance it's already raining, but we're not stopping. This is the final round of the E-Town Gambler. Hey, fellas, you just get here, right?
Yeah.
All right, you just walked in, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so it's nice weather out here in Jersey, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
All right, thank you guys for showing up here. Is there anybody here that you're actively looking forward to watching?
No, not specifically.
No?
No.
So what do you come here for? Drifting, car show? Drifting? Men of culture, men of culture. All right, enjoy yourselves, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Hey, sir. Hey,
What's
I just need an umbrella.
Okay.
But stop it, Aaron.
What are we doing?
We're just, it's a picture.
Oh, it's a picture.
No, it's a video, dude. Hey, if you need some Kendas, you can hit up BG Automotive Performance. This is Brian. Brian, how you feeling out there, dude?
Pretty good. It's a little wet, but trying to keep it all together. It's fun making the right-hand turns because then all the water comes right through and gets the lens all covered, but it's a good time. It's all part of the sport.
Yeah, nice. And Cars feel good, hands feel good, team feels real good.
Everything's feeling great, other than just hitting a clipping point and having to put the bumper back on, but I'll take that. That sounds good to me.
That's fair. You got any words for your fellow competitors today?
Try to keep it together. I'm going to be coming on your door, so don't spin.
You heard it first. Final round of the E-Town Gambler. Good luck today, dude.
Thank you.
We're out here at the final round of the E-Town Gambler. This is Brian Hopp. Hey, Vinny. Dude, this thing's pretty good. I got my monster from the Wawa. Wawa sponsor us. But Vinny's out here. He's been hustling tires the entire time. I don't have to do anything. I just watch. Usually you got to pay top dollar for content like this. Hey, Vinny, you got anything nice to say to everybody who keeps bringing you all these circles?
As long as you guys don't cord your tires, I love every one of you.
You heard it here first. Stop on the cords. Don't be a... Broom, broom, I'm in my mom's car. Our number one points leader, Trevor Root. He's in his gray car. We call this one the airplane. Vroom. One of the perks here at the E-Town Gambler, as the points leader, you get an inside scoop of how winners are made. It was like that when I got here. All right, let's go.
Yeah, all of them had to get tired.
It's warm down here, fellas.
Oh.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Just hanging out with you. It's drier under here.
Hey, the blanket's not, but everything else is.
I'm moist. What are we looking at, dude?
Man's underneath the car, you know, fixing some stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I like your sock over here.
Thank
You came prepared.
It's
look.
raining, you know?
His hands are warm, dude. Look at that. He's dry. Ooh. Yeah, that's it.
Look at that. There you go.
Cinematic. Thanks for hanging out with us today, dude. We're here with Trevor Root.
What's up?
How's your collarbone feel?
Broken. No. Very broken.
Yeah, dude. You getting surgery, yeah?
Yeah, Monday.
All right, cool. All right, let's go find real Trevor.
All right.
Oh boy.
You're the reason all these men are here right now.
I think.
No, it's your fault. It's 100% your fault. So you've been out here supporting all your children. Trevor is number one in points. Do you have anything to say both to him and his competitors today?
I hope they like second place.
Heard it here first. Final round of the Gambler. Wait for the action later.
Give me more tires.
All right, we're here with our number one in points, Trevor Root. He doesn't know what to do with his hands here, but how do you feel today? Obviously, you had a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, you know, just a broken collarbone, no big deal, but we got a couple good laps out there today, so I'm pretty excited about it. Feels good.
Basically, his collarbone looks like that.
Yeah, it's no bueno. Insert the clip. The rain here is never good. Even a good lap feels bad. So, I think we're all right.
Car running all right?
Always.
Team feel real good?
Always.
You feel real good?
Always.
Nice. All right, go get your sling back on.
That's when you put two wide wheels on it. Shit happens.
Come on, camera guy, let's go. Come on, dude. Yo, he's fast on his feet. The boy's quick. Come on. Hey, dude. If you don't know who this man is, this is Mike Knap. The greatest man alive. Second greatest man
I was
alive.
trying to hide from you.
Not again. You can't hide from this.
You're too nice.
Are you guys regulars here? You come to this bar often?
I've been here before. Yeah.
Nice. You guys having a great time?
Great time. This is awesome. This
Nice.
is awesome.
Nice.
If you're not here, you're totally missing it.
Your laps feel good?
I feel good. Yeah.
You do?
I feel good. I don't know what they look like. I feel good.
You look good.
Yeah.
Car looks great right now. Casino Royale?
Not me. I'll be here for the food and working, but
Casino Royale, 25th.
I'll be here.
Right here, final round of the E-Town Gambler. That guy right there, Nick Delesio, OG, V160 transmission. Yeah. Final round of the E-Town Gambler. This is Trevor. Trevor, how you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great. Car's feeling good. Little wet, little dip. It's all right. We're out here having fun.
Hell yeah, man. Have a great time.
Give me more tires.
All right, we're here with our #1 in points, Trevor Root. He doesn't know what to do with his hands here, but how do you feel today? Obviously, you had a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, just a broken collarbone, no big deal. But we got a couple good laps out there today, so I'm pretty excited about it. Feels good.
Basically, his collarbone looks like that.
Yeah, it's no bueno. Insert the clip. The rain here is never good. Even a good lap feels bad. So, I think we're all right.
Car running all right?
Always.
Team feel real good?
Always.
You feel real good?
Always.
Nice. All right, go get your sling back on.
Attention drivers in the paddock, driving in the paddock. 3 o'clock drivers meeting. 3 o'clock result meeting.
Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. 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 Watch out now.
We're out here, final round of E-Town Gambler. Heisman out here with the nice Mustang.
Oh, yeah. The very nice paint job. If you can see, I do my own body work. This is 100% me. I take full credit for how amazing this car looks.
You got anything to say to your fellow competitors out here today?
Yeah, everybody's getting dorked. I do not care. You see the look of this car. So something we're doing with SRD, we are actually the first ones to ever run aftermarket knuckles on a Cobra IRS. Just got them 3 days ago, got them set up. They feel amazing. I got a ton of grip out here in the rain. I don't know if you see me in practice. I've already been dooring people, and I'm trying to line up against one of those Root cars, and I'm just going to push them through the first turn.
You heard it first. Easy, man. He had a bad collarbone. Don't hurt him again.
No, I'm trying to break the other one.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Good luck today.
It's all love, all the Root family. It's amazing. I love the Gambler. Rain, no rain, we're still going to have a good time.
Awesome, man. Good luck today. Congratulations.
You like that?
I do. So this is new, yeah?
This is new.
New bungee cord?
New.
New. So like,
Never seen before.
You got like horsepower numbers in this thing right now?
585, I think.
Okay, it's healthy.
It's just been on the dyno, so.
Have you driven it yet?
No.
No drive yet?
No driving.
Well, at least you got some beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Nice. And you got the whole fam out here too.
Yes.
No, bring the kid out here. Come on, dude. Come out here. Come on, here. It was your birthday, dude.
Now.
15 years old.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself to the internet. Go ahead.
I'm 15 years old. I'm Jake Brutzky, and I'm a professional driver.
The real son of a
Nailed it, dude. All right, he's out here. All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
Enjoy your break. Get out there in the practice. High up in points.
Yes.
Out here, first year comp.
Yes.
And being a contender right now. Final round of the Gambler. How do you feel today?
It's insane. Like to think about being behind like 4 guys that are seasoned in the sport, they all compete in FD, and to be like right there with them is kind of mind-boggling. I never thought that would go that way.
He's being humble.
Well, it's wild because again, it's my first series. Do they do a rookie of the year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll make a trophy for
that's
him.
worth $50 now.
We'll get somebody arts and craft. We'll get started on it right now. But honestly, dude, you've been doing phenomenal all season. It's been a pleasure to watch. It's been a pleasure to watch you enjoy yourself out here and watching. Do you have anything to say to your fellow competitors out here today?
Good luck. Like, it's sketchy out there. Like, coming off the distance services, it really changes how much grip you have. Coming into 3, it feels like just a splash zone. You don't have any grip coming in there too. So it's really tricky. Hopefully we can make it to the end of the day without any like big incidents. That's really where my head is at, is like just trying to make it around the course right now.
Hey, I mean, it looks like your car is all in one piece still. You're doing a good job.
I had 1 spin so far, so I've only done like 3 or 4 laps, but getting a little bit more comfortable. The entry is also a little sketchy too, because again, you pull the handbrake and it's just sideways for days before it slows down. So
as a first-time competitor to the series, between road course and the stadium, which is your favorite course here?
Ooh, that's interesting. For chasing in the stadium, I think it's better since there's only 2 transitions. It's like you have to be on the money or else you're completely gone, right?
Yep.
So it rewards that like risky transition, like trying to dive early and all that stuff, and it looks spectacular when you pull it off.
Yep.
So that one's a little bit more high risk, high reward, even because the course is a little bit simpler. For lead runs, I prefer the road course because you can just send it a little bit harder with a little bit more confidence. So I mean, it's kind of 50-50 really. Like I don't really have a preferred one because it's just an obstacle that we had to deal with, right?
That's a solid answer. So you got anything for the people that didn't make it out for the E-Town Gamblers rounds this year?
Hopefully see you guys next year. Like it's a lot of fun. It's really competitive. It's really hard. You get humbled really fast. Like when you think you're all that and you go up against these guys, it's like you'll get put in your place real quick, which it's good because like if these top guys weren't here, like the level would kind of regress a little bit, I think. So like having guys like this to compare yourself to is a great help, and it raises the standard for everybody, right?
Of course. And honestly, man, you're doing a fantastic job this season. I'm stoked to see you on the top of the list. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Good luck today.
Appreciate it.
What are we looking at? What are we doing?
I think these boys are trying to win practice over here.
Oh, that's a doozy, dude.
Yeah.
What?
So,
You good?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I'll pull the winch out and straighten it all out.
All right. Well, how you feeling otherwise before you got a little bump and bruise?
Not bad, I mean, rainy day of drifting's better than no drifting at all, right? Heard it here first.
That's positivity, man.
Yeah.
Repost that a couple times. Positivity.
And also for the, just to say it, I've never driven in the stadium where it wasn't raining. And I've sucked equally every single time. I've screwed up this car more times here than any other place I've ever driven, and I've only driven here 3 times.
Honestly, man, I'm looking down the line. It looks pretty straight to me. You're doing a good job. You're still out here. You've had fun all year, correct?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you had to pick your favorite, what's your favorite track, stadium or road course?
I was really excited to drive the stadium today in the dry because I feel like now the car is set up for it. That being said, driving the road course, hanging out with everybody on grid, no better place.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We'll fix that.
It'll buff out. Don't worry about
It'll
it.
look like the time I backed into the wall. We
Fair
fixed it
enough.
right after.
Fair enough. Good luck. Hey.
Here I am just trying to be a helpful guy.
Yeah, well, you know, I can't find your driver. Where's your driver?
He's in the bathroom doing a little tinkle.
Dude, it starts raining and all these dudes got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
All right.
water.
Well, all right. So you're out here, I'm assuming, crew chiefing
Yes,
for your
sir.
boy
Yes,
right
sir.
now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So you got anything to say to your competitors?
You better look out for Jacob because he has no fear.
Kid's good, dude. The kid's good.
No fear.
Zach's also, he'll mess you up too. Don't mess with the boy.
I got a radio and I just say go faster and faster.
That's called responsibility. Good luck to you guys.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm pretty sure this is illegal, but we got Jacob Duncan back. All right, brother.
Lucky I'm 18.
Hey, usually you got to charge for content like this.
Yeah, right.
I think your father's in here too. Say hello. Hey, I'm taking a Nice. All right, we'll have to bleep that one out, but it's fine. Jacob, we didn't get your interview earlier, so I wanted to circle back and basically, do you have anything to say to your fellow competitors today?
Well, it's pretty rainy outside. I'm hoping everybody, keeps their car out of the walls, out of the dirt best they can. Everybody keeps their cars running until the competition. And best of luck to everybody. Hoping the best for everybody in the competition today. Looking for some clean, fair battles, clean fights today.
He's coming out swinging.
Yeah, I hope to at least.
Well, you look good in practice.
Thank you.
Give an insight what you're driving, because you're not driving in here.
That is true.
Tell the people what you got.
So I got a 700 horsepower, basically a pro spec level S13 coupe. It's got a 1.5 JZ built by J Mayer with RS Garage, and this thing is a monster to drive, especially in the wet. It feels like my horsepower is probably doubled, if not tripled, with the rain coming down. So trying to fight through that. It's a little slippery out there, a little harder to drive than normal, but making our way through. Like you said, I felt pretty good in practice. Kept it on the track at least for now. So.
Nice. All the taillights and lights intact.
That is true.
You're doing a good job, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's get out of here. It's weird. Hey, so we're out here, Los Goonies. They brought some beautiful sleds out here to hang out at the E-Town Gambler. There's cheese on that?
Yeah.
Did you get that here?
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back
Cheese
to him.
fries.
So we're out here at the final round of the E-Town Gambler. We're here with Nate Chen. You guys having fun? You guys having fun out here in the rain?
Man, why are you sneaking up behind me, man? I think you want something else.
I mean, I got close, dude. I got close. You feel good out here?
Yeah, no, it's definitely really wet, as you can tell, but it's all good. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, the car looks good.
Thank you.
Honestly, you look dry. Hannibal, actually, he looks dry too. You guys are doing the right job.
I was using an umbrella. He's got a top on his car.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
You got anything to say to your fellow competitors today? You're high up in points, looking for those extras to take out Root. Got anything to say to them?
I don't know. Best of luck, and hope to see him in the finals or to knock him out early. So.
Fair enough, dude. Good luck today. We're out here on grid. All these guys are out here, rain or shine. There's an 80% chance it's already raining, but we're not stopping. This is the final round of the E-Town Gambler. Hey, fellas, you just get here, right?
Yeah.
All right, you just walked in, yeah? All right, so it's nice weather out here in Jersey, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
All right, thank you guys for showing up here. Is there anybody here that you're actively looking forward to watching?
No, not specifically.
No? So what do you come here for? Drifting, car show, drifting? Men of culture. All right, enjoy yourselves, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Hey, sir. Hey.
Hey, what's
Hey, I just needed an umbrella.
Okay.
But stop it, Karen.
What are we doing?
We're just
You know, it's a picture.
Oh, it's a picture?
No, it's a video, dude. Hey, if you need some Kendas, you can hit up BG Automotive Performance. This is Brian. Brian, how you feeling out there, dude?
Pretty good. It's a little wet, but trying to keep it all together. It's fun making the right-hand turns because then all the water comes right through and gets the lens all covered, but it's a good time. It's all part of the sport.
Yeah, nice. And you, cars feel good, hands feel good, team feels real good?
Everything's feeling great other than just hitting a clipping point and having to put the bumper back on, but I'll take that. That sounds good to me.
That's fair. You got any words for your fellow competitors today?
Try to keep it together. I'm going to be coming on your door, so don't spin.
You heard it first. Final round of the E-Town Gambler. Good luck today, dude.
Thank you.
We're out here at the final round of the E-Town Gambler. This is Brian Hopp. Hey, Vinny. Dude, this thing's pretty good. I got my monster from the Wawa. Wawa sponsor us. But Vinny's out here. He's been hustling tires the entire time. I don't have to do anything. I just watch. Usually you got to pay top dollar for content like this. Hey, Vinny. You got anything nice to say to everybody who keeps bringing you all these circles?
As long as you guys don't cord your tires, I love every one of you.
You heard it here first. Stop on the cords. Don't be a... Broom, broom, I'm in my mom's car. Our number one points leader, Trevor Root. He's in his gray car. We call this one the airplane. One of the perks here at the E-Town Gambler, as the points leader, you get an inside scoop of how winners are made. It was like that when I got here. All right, let's go.
Yeah, all of them had to get tired.
It's warm down here, fellas.
Oh.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Just hanging out with you. It's drier under here.
Hey, the blanket's not, but everything else is.
I'm moist. What are we looking at, dude?
Man's underneath the car, you know, fixing some stuff.
Yeah. I like your sock over here.
Thank
you came prepared.
It's
look.
raining, you know?
His hands are warm, dude. Look at that. He's dry. Ooh. Yeah, that's it.
Look at that. There you go.
Cinematic. Thanks for hanging out with us today, dude. We're here with Trevor Root.
What's up?
How's your collarbone feel?
Broken. You know, very broken.
Yeah, dude. You getting surgery, yeah?
Yeah, Monday.
All right, cool. All right, let's go find real Trevor.
All right.
Give me more tires.
All right, we're here with our number one in points, Trevor Root. He doesn't know what to do with his hands here, but how do you feel today? Obviously, you had a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, you know, just a broken collarbone, no big deal, but we got a couple good laps out there today, so I'm pretty excited about it. Feels good.
Basically, his collarbone looks like that.
Yeah, it's no bueno. Insert the clip. The rain here is never good. Even a good lap feels bad. So, I think we're all right.
Car running all right?
Always.
Team feel real good?
Always.
You feel real good?
Always.
Nice. All right, go get your sling back on.
Follow with me.
Welcome back to the E-Town Gamblers. This is round 4. We just got concluded with our qualifying. We're about to jump into our battle bracket. We have a heated battle bracket down. We got all our drivers listed in, points on the board. They're here to take home the podium. Trevor Root trying to take home the championship. He's got Nate Chen on his heels. Nate Chen, our #1 qualifier, followed up by Trevor Root, getting in the chase with a couple other drivers, getting their bye runs. Our 1st through 5th drivers will be awarded a bye run. They're going to jump right into their top 16.
And in that points championship, not only is Nate Chen on his heels, Dmitri Brutzky is in the picture for this championship as well. This is a 3-dog race right here, and anybody could take it home. We're not quite sure yet, but that's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, we're looking forward to our battles on a wet and wild stadium track. We are on the FD layout. Over here in the stadium layout, we have the repurposed drag track. We have the repurposed drag tree to send our drivers through. We are waiting for our 2 drivers to exit the burnout box to get our first battle underway. We have Hug and Anthony ready to ready to set off our battles. I'm just so excited I can't talk yet, fellas. I'm sorry. But here we go. We're going to get our drivers into the burnout box, get their tires warmed up, and they have to navigate a soaking wet track here at Englishtown. We have full bracket here. You can see it right now on your screen, as well as our Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip. Vanessa holding on to that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride. If you guys are not familiar with the Gambler, we have Let It Ride chips, and these tokens are awarded randomly through our qualifying. Vanessa gets the opportunity to either pocket that money thanks to Freedom Motorsports or Let It Ride. If she takes the win in that bracket, the value of that token will double and keep doubling with every win. If she loses that token, the winner of that battle will take that chip and run away with it, trying to double its value with every win all the way to the finals, where it will lock its value and have an extra chance to win some money.
Mike, I think it's pretty important to note a few things here with our bracket. Looking at it, we have 27 drivers, meaning we have 5 drivers with bye runs. Those drivers do not have to drive their bye runs. They are automatically put into the top 16. And on top of that, we have 7 of these drivers who are in our last man standing competition. Last man standing is a competition that we do in the drivers meeting, where if you're confident or you're confident in a driver, you can put $100 in, and the last person in that pool is going to take home all the money. You don't have to win the event. You just have to outlast the 7 guys, or however many, but in this case, 7.
It's always nice. There's multiple options here to take some money home here at E-Town Gambler, but everybody's looking for those 3 big checks on the podium, as well as the points championship. Let's see if Trevor Root can dial it off with a broken collarbone. If you were hanging out with our live stream watching, you may have seen the clip of Trevor basically trying to front flip a pit bike here. He's got surgery on Monday. He's in the pits in a sling, but he's still out here wheeling. He's also allowing Curtis Hall to pilot his Pro Spec E36. The Root Camp is playing double duty with 2 drivers out here. Looking forward to both of those drivers battling it out, as well as thank you to our sponsors, all of them. Please show them some love on social media to let them know that the Gambler sent you through.
And on top of all the sponsors, big thanks to the Knap family for putting on this event and all these events throughout the year. It is a big thanks to them that all of us get to come out here, watch, drift, just enjoy this live stream. Big thanks to those guys.
As always, thank you to our fans joining us here live and in person, as well as everybody on the internet. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Make sure I see you in there. Throw your favorite emoji. Show some love to your favorite driver. Let them know you're out here and supporting them, as well as support your local raceway. More important than ever, let's save our community. Bring it to the racetrack. Get yourself signed up at racewaypark.com. Hug makes some noise on the line, waiting for Anthony in his coupe. First battle here of round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Let's get her going. Both drivers shoot out from the Raceway Park Tower. Hug taking the lead. Anthony trying to chase him down as they both jump into outside zone number 1. Anthony getting a little aggressive there as Hug placing himself where he needs to be. That SC400 with a 2JZ underneath the hood. Rotates out to outside 2. Rizzo trying to close that gap up, but they work their way through. Hug doing a fantastic job making a little gap, almost walking away from Anthony here in the rain. Anthony started to pull some angle out, trying to clean up the deficit as they work their way into the front inside clip. The only inside clip here. Hug doing a phenomenal job. Rotates out to outside 3, and Anthony starts putting the pressure on. Barking at the door handle, maybe getting aggressive, and getting into the water as Hug getting deep into the splash zone through outside 3.
What a crazy run we just had by these two. It is not the cleanest run by any means, but it was an exciting run, especially coming into outer 3. We had a very solid lead run out of Hug, leaving real estate for Anthony to dive in. A little bit lackluster in a couple of areas, but that is by no means going to affect, or not, it's going to affect it, sorry about that. It's going to affect the outcome of this battle, but he can overcome that in his lead run if he can lay down a heater and try and get away from Hug.
Hug now taking the responsibility to chase him down. Anthony now the lead. We flip these guys back around that Raceway Park wall, sitting right next to our podium where our winners of round 4 will be awarded. But first, they got to battle it out. We have our almost top 32, a few bye runs, which we will not be partaking with. So if you're paying attention to that bracket at home, those bye runs are skipping. They get a free run right into the top 16. And here we go. Hug making sure his anti-lag works right behind the tower, waiting for that second half of the battle. All right, our driver's getting the thumbs up. Here we go. Hug now to chase him down. Anthony to take the lead. Anthony in that S13 getting placed down by that big old S400. SC400 as goes to JZ. Both drivers jump into outside 1. Anthony deep into outside 1, and Hug with a major mistake behind him, straightening out as Anthony Rizzo cranking through the angle, using every single inch of that tie rod, keeping himself locked and loaded through outside 2 as Hug's trying to keep the pressure on. A little lacking in matching the angle, trying to hold that proximity as both drivers rotate into that front inside clip. Anthony doing a good job keeping the bumper off the front. Hug doing a good job manipulating that SC400 with another mistake behind him as Anthony Rizzo starting to lock himself in the outside 3, keeping himself out of the water across the finish line. Hug keeping it close, but honestly not matching the angle.
Definitely not matching the angle, but he had a lot of proximity, which is something we love to see. Ideally, we would be matching angle, line, and proximity, but sometimes you have to sacrifice one. In this case, he decided to sacrifice the angle to match the line and put it on his door.
All right, our judges are requesting a replay. Our judges have the hard job here. They have to make the verdicts. They have to declare the winners. Our bracket all weighs on them. Honestly, Casey, we just have to ramble for a little bit. We're doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing all right. It's honestly more difficult than I expected it to be.
Well, thank you very much for joining us up here. If you guys are not aware, Casey Root up here helping me out this weekend. He is making sure that I can breathe when we leave here. So a big shout to Casey showing up, announcing it for this final round of the Gambler. Here's your side-by-side replay of your first battle of round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. You can see on the left side, Hug with that SC400, 2JZ underneath the hood, doing what he can in the lead lap as Rizzo's trying to close those gaps up and making his own sacrifices. On the right side of the screen, you can see where Hug having some deficits in his chase, definitely lacking the same angle as Rizzo, but you can see on the left side where Hug just drove that SC400 and Rizzo had to make his own mistakes. Our judges want to take a side-by-side look once again before they make a final decision on who's going to move on to our top 16.
Definitely a tough decision here, Mike. There's mistakes on both ends in both runs, but nothing that is too egregious. I think this is going to be a close call for the judges, which is why we're getting these side-by-side replays. There's a couple of things that need to be cleaned up for either of these drivers when they go through to the next round, because the competition is only going to get tougher and tougher.
Yeah, see, this is a great opportunity to showcase the fact the rain adds another X factor. The lead driver has the responsibility of putting on a chaseable lead, but the chase driver needs to manipulate and adapt to what the lead driver is doing. You're seeing this where Hug has to make a few sacrifices and corrections because Anthony is honestly using every inch of his tie rod, and it looks like he's going to get the win with that. Anthony Rizzo gets the win, moving himself into the top 16, but a big shout to Hug and his team for coming down all the way to compete in round 4 of the E-Town Gambler.
Hug's day might be done, but that team's day is not done because they still have Vanessa driving a very similar, almost identical car to Hug later in the bracket. So their day is not done.
Beautiful, beautiful cars. They brought down a massive team. They're cooking in the pits. They're having a great time out here regardless of the weather. The rain has broke here. We're in the stadium for round 4, the final round here of the E-Town Gambler. Trevor Root sitting currently in points going into the round. Nate Chen on his heels and Dmitri Brutzky shortly behind him.
And here we have Jake and Shane in the chase, chasing behind Jake. We had an interview with Jake earlier. He said, just don't hit my car. That thing is clean. Just don't hit it. But as you can see, we got a little bit of room, so his car is not getting hit, but it is a clean chase run nonetheless. He's matching the angle in the line of Jake. He's sitting right there. I like both of these runs. The lead run he's right where he needs to be. He's on the edge of the zone. A little bit of wavering due to the water, but that is okay as they come around into this inner clip for the last transition over the old drag strip into outer 3, the danger zone. But dangerous for them it is not, as they both are coming across the line with a complete run, super clean from both parties. Love to see it.
Yeah, Shane having a hard shake in qualifying, showcasing that he's definitely ready and for battle in the brackets. Jake doing a great job in the lead. We're going to flip these guys back around and we'll switch them around for their second half of the battle. We'll see if we can find a verdict to who's going into the top 16 here at round 4. Honestly, Jake was very soft-spoken, and he only had that one request: just don't hit his car. It is, I mean, it's got what is that, a fruit by the foot paint job?
I don't know what I would call that paint job, but it is definitely a beautiful paint job.
Fruit roll-ups. Fruit by the foot, yeah. You know, they're the long way. Fruit, yeah, the long way.
Now we got these cars flipped around. We have Shane in the lead, and Jake chasing him down. He didn't want his car hit, but is he going to go and hit Jake's car as we go through outer 1 and transition into 2?
Kick him.
As you can hear, Mike wants him to kick him. Great runs around outer 2, both cars deep into this zone. A little bit mismatching of the angle from the chase, but he's sitting there proximity-wise, and he looks a little bit deeper than the lead run, but he's supposed to be following that line of that lead driver, which is a beautiful line as they come through to outer 3. Could have gotten a little bit deeper, but nonetheless, that is a beautiful run from both parties in both runs. It's going to be a tough decision for the judges.
Yeah, for sure. Shane definitely giving the real estate for Jake to play with. Jake taking almost his own call. He's like, don't hurt her, but he's putting the proximity in nice and poised through the rain. A great drive from both of those drivers. Let's see what our judges say for our final verdict. All right, we're going to see that side-by-side replay. Our judges hard at work, calculators out as Shane on the left side of your screen is chasing down Jake in his BMW. The right side of your screen, you can see Jake waiting patiently for Shane to drop into outside zone number 2 to get back into the proximity. Now, the major deficit there might have to come into play with the judges. We'll see how it weighs out as our judges are doing the exact same view you guys are seeing on live stream at home. If you guys are here live and in person, make sure you jump in the live stream, jump in the chat, show some love for your favorite driver. Let me know what you're thinking. Make some comments in. I'm going to read them through. I'm not going to be on that thing constant, but we'll definitely see them. Keep it PG-13. This is a family show. So you guys can't see this at home, but the judges' screen is facing me, and they're just staring at me.
It's a little bit intimidating up here.
Premium sausage, the way sausage should be. A big shout to all of our event sponsors helping making the series happen, as well as Raceway Park and the Knap family. Support your local raceway. More important than ever, please, for the love of cars, support your local raceway. Keep it off the street. Not necessary. Nerds.
Judges having a hard time picking between these two battles as they were both great lead runs, almost identical in some spots, and the chase runs very similar as well. I do not envy the judges right now. This is a tough battle to dissect, but they're doing it nonetheless.
We hear you in the chat about getting new mics. I'm only one mic. Hi, I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
I'm not Mike.
Yeah, we got a new one. His name's Casey. I don't know what more you want from me. We're working on it. This is a developing show. We thank you guys for your patience, both between production and weather. We love having you here. Thank you for supporting Raceway Park, the E-Town Gambler, as well as getting to racewaypark.com. You can get signed up for our Casino Royale event October 25th. That is a cageless competition event, 235 tire, racewaypark.com. Get yourself signed up right now. And it looks like we got a winner. Shane's going to take the win. Shane working himself into the top 16.
We got our next battle here between Phil Silva and Casey. Phil will be taking the lead in that blue Corvette. Phil is one of our last man standing drivers, and he throws it into outer one. Whoa, a little bit deep there. It's okay, though. He hangs on to it. Casey trying to hunt him down. A little bit shallow in the chase, trying to work his way up to Phil, as he is doing while Phil is filling that entire outer zone. No pun intended.
I got you there. I heard that. Phil's doing a great job filling those zones.
Casey, though, doing a great job making up that real estate that he lost early in the run. He's hunting him down through outer three, keeping it clean for both drivers. Great lead run, great chase run. We're going to flip them around and see how it goes the other way.
So this is the cool part of drifting. Casey now has the responsibility of the lead position. Casey has to put on what the judges want to see. He has to go through the checklist, get the rear axle of his car in that rear zones and that front clip. And now Phil, putting down a solid lead lap in front, and now has the responsibility to chase whatever Casey throws at him. Let's see how we flip these drivers around for the second half of the battle here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Casey locking himself into the chicane. Phil in that Corvette poised right next to him. Casey now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Phil in the Corvette. Casey piloting that E36 BMW. Almost hitting the wall in practice and qualifying, surviving, getting into our battle brackets, and now he's got Phil on the back bumper trying to put some dents into it. Both drivers work their way into outside zone 2. Phil showing some patience. Casey getting deep into the splash zone as Phil showing a lot of patience. A little left foot brake to keep the Corvette poised behind that E36. Both drivers recorrect themselves back into the exit of outside zone number 2 into the front inside clip. Phil a little left foot brake to keep that Corvette from finding the backside of Casey's E36. Is both drivers doing a fantastic job. And Phil with an amazing read. Casey, unfortunately, with a spin, but Phil doing a fantastic read, avoiding contact. Phil, honestly, rookie of the year here at E-Town Gambler, sitting 5th in points coming into the round, never competing before. Got to give props to Phil right there. That was a great read from Phil on a fortunate turn of events for Casey.
Yeah, I love seeing the growth and improvement out of Phil from his first event. He's getting better and better each event, and he's coming out here, and he is slowly becoming one of the favorites to win each round, or at least put it on the podium. I love to see it.
And it looks like our judges are going to make it official. Phil, the dent guy, gets the win. Phil works his way into the top 16, taking out Casey. I'm loving the redress here at Raceway Park, hosting a ton of amazing events. I saw someone in the chat asking, was that Nick Delesio from the Drifter movie? Yes, it was. Ask him for his autograph. He'll give you an espresso. Espresso. Make sure you pronounce it espresso, or he won't give it to you. I promise you. Jake getting chased down by Trevor going into their first battle here. Trevor not initiating behind Lipton. Lipton, a big shout out to his wife, watching the kids, allowing him to come out here and compete in the Gambler. Trevor looking like he's going to clean it up now, getting real stabby out there. Just hit the guy. Hit him in. Yeah, unfortunately, Trevor getting the camera view, looking like Larry Chen behind Jake's Corvette, working his way through outside 2 into that inside clip. Rotates back into outside 3. Trevor getting in with the program now. It looks like a little bit the machine's fighting him as it won't stay to angle, so I got to give Trevor some credit. No contact made, but unfortunately not what the judges wanted to see.
Yeah, he's definitely fighting that machine. It could be part of the weather. It's a little bit, looks like it's starting to get patchy. It was full wet during qualifying, but as these drivers continue to run, it's going to dry up. It's going to make the track a little bit more unpredictable. But after seeing that chase run, it does put Trevor at a little bit of a deficit, nothing that he cannot make up in his lead run. And on top of that, we still need Jake Lipton to complete a good chase run behind him.
Yeah, weirder things have happened, especially here in the stadium under wet conditions. Trevor now with the responsibility to lead has to get chased down by Lipton. Hopefully Trevor can get through the checklist the judges want to see out of our drivers. Jake really just has to survive the lap.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of spotting in this sport, and if I were his spotter, I'd say take it easy. Don't make it where it's inactive, but just keep it nice and clean, and let's see if he can do that.
Yeah, Jake now having to chase down Trevor, looking a lot more comfortable in the lead position. A lot of handbrake to get Trevor into the outside. Trevor looks like he's holding on to those same mistakes here with a rotation, and Jake with a good read shuts her down nice and safe, avoiding contact, and Jake's going to keep running her home. This is for the wife and kids at home. Trevor, unfortunately, with some machine issues, Trevor usually locked in, but it's just how racing goes. That's the weekend. Trevor, unfortunately, ending his weekend here. Lipton running the way into the top 16. Our next 2 drivers on the line. Jacob and Adam. Jacob powering that 700 horsepower 2JZ powered S13. Adam in that new rear suspension Mustang. One of the Bash Bros out here.
One of the Bash Bros because he likes to hit people's doors when he's in those chase runs. And on top of that, Adam is one of our last man standing drivers.
Adam also holding a Pro Spec Formula D license. He's out here in his practice car. He loves coming out to the Gamblers to hit a fierce competition, and he's going to get one out of Jacob Duncan, the fast kid, the new kid on the block, coming down all the way up from Virginia. He is here to showcase what he has. He showed up to a road course event last round, had a great showcase, but here he's looking to get onto the box, onto the podium, take home one of the big checks available here at the E-Town Gambler.
And if you guys saw those interviews, Jacob's interview might have been my favorite from this weekend. I'm not sure if I could take bias, but that one was funny.
Honestly, great camp, great set of people. But Adam's also matched that energy. Adam is also great people. Let's see what these great people can do as Jacob takes the lead. Adam in the Mustang is chasing down. Jacob throwing it in super early, getting himself into the box, outside zone number 1. Adam Heisman right behind him, closing up that proximity, trying to match that angle right on the back bumper. The front bumper of the Mustang falls off. I don't know how the S13 kept the bumper on. That's impressive in itself. But Heisman starting to put the pressure on now, biting the front wheel, getting a little stabby. They would like to see a matchup, a little more angle. As I say that, he cranks it back up into the curl of the front inside clip. Here we go, rotating back out. Jacob getting into outside 3. We see how Adam keeping that poise, jumps in, surges through across the finish line. Jacob getting the real estate to play with, and Adam swiping off body parts.
Yeah, from beginning to end, you can see why Adam is one of the Bash Bros out here. Transitioning from 1 to 2, he clips his front bumper off. Don't know how the lead driver's bumper didn't come off, and then all throughout R2 he is just bumping the door. Again, as Mike mentioned, could have had a little bit more angle, but he is right there on his door.
Yeah, we want to see our drivers nice and close. We want to see that proximity close to almost zero. We would love to see them rubbing racing, but we need to see that angle matched with the chase driver. Driving straight into the guy, and honestly, anything less than the angle that's coming through, the proximity is awarded, but not awarded without the matched angle.
Exactly. In an ideal world, we're looking for all three: line, angle, and proximity. If we can get all three of those things, that is the ideal chase run.
And here we go, the second half of the battle. Adam now with the responsibility to lead. Jacob to chase him down, shooting out underneath that Raceway Park. Jacob right in the back bumper of the Mustang. Both drivers initiate well before that, even the third initiation point. Adam's deep in the zone. Jacob's trying to close up that proximity. Both drivers now sitting and waiting for the transition, and Jacob getting a little greedy, making contact with that rear axle, unfortunately taking himself out, where Adam's rolling out through the rest of outside zone number 2. An unfortunate turn of events from Jacob, just got a little caught up behind the backside of the Mustang and just meeting axle to axle. If I had to guess, I think a tie rod took a little bit of a swing there and just an unsavable run. He's trying to back that car back out as Adam comes across the finish line, finishing it off, and it looks like this is going to go in Adam's way.
Yeah, you know, as Jacob here in that lead run, you could feel the presence. You know that Adam is behind you during his lead run. He felt the car getting bumped, so he knows he has to push him exactly in the same spot that Adam actually pushed Jacob. It just didn't work out for him this time.
Luckily for our drivers, making contact like that going into outside zone number 2 has resulted in big crashes before, but both drivers, no stranger to bumping and getting ugly out here on track. They navigated it well. Adam finished off his lap. Jacob, unfortunately, looping it through. You're going to see that side-by-side replay here right now. Left side of the screen, Jacob doing a fantastic job in his lead. Unfortunately, getting a little too aggressive as he leaves outside zone number 1 and rotates here just a little too tight, trying to return the favor, remove his front bumper on the Mustang, but just a little too much sauce.
You know, but I definitely love seeing the aggression out of these two drivers. The conditions are wet, it's wild, it's unpredictable, but that does not stop these drivers from just absolutely bashing their cars off of everyone and everything. They are out here sending it to the max, and we can appreciate that.
Rule number 1 of drifting, never be where you were. All right, Jacob Duncan definitely taking some tie rod hit as he's limping that S13 back. It looks like the alignment's slightly off there. But he is doing a fantastic job driving it on his own accord. We got to applaud him for that. So make some noise for Jacob Duncan and his entire team coming out here for the last round of E-Town Gambler. But unfortunately, it looks like Adam's going to take the win, walking himself into the top 16. Our next two drivers up in the line, Tim and Brian, looking to get a win here, getting themselves into the top 16. Tim piloting E36 as well as Brian. Both drivers are aggressive and they're ready for this battle. This is going to be a good one.
Tim Wilson is another one of our last man standing drivers. So far we've had Phil Silva and Heisman, two of them advance. Tim Wilson looking to do the same.
If you guys are new to the Gambler Series, the Last Man Standing is a private driver pool. Drivers put in $100 cash for whatever driver they want, and the last man in competition wins the entire pot. And here we go, Tim Fredo taking his lead position, and Brian getting aggressive right off the bat. Tim Fredo making a contact with the wall, shutting it down back straight. Brian avoiding contact. Fredo, no stranger to smacking that thing off of stuff, but that was not the time. Not the time. Disappointed dad, you know? Looks like Brian's going to have the advantage going into the second half of this battle, as Fredo literally just driving for the sport of it at this point. Fredo now getting the responsibility to chase, needs to put the pressure on, and Brian needs to make a massive mistake to lose or even go to it one more time.
But with the aggression we've seen out of Tim Fredo in past rounds, he's no stranger to forcing a lead driver to make a mistake. And what I mean by that is when you are sitting on that lead driver's door, the lead driver knows you're there. They're mentally clocking that, and they're almost trying to run away and keep it clean. So when you have Fredo sitting there hitting your door over and over again, that could mess with you mentally and lead to a mistake.
Hopefully, the rubbing's light and gentle. We don't want to see any major contact because one of our driver has to go on to the top 16. They're looking to put it on top of the box for the checks. But now we know Fredo ain't scared of hitting things. Here we go, second half of the battle.
Second half of the battle. Here we go. Big flick going into outer one well before that initiation point. A little bit shallow in outer one.
Fredo doing a fantastic job. Proximity right on the backside. He knows he has to keep the aggression up as Brian gets a little dip into the splash zone of outside zone number 2. Fredo showing a little poise, getting back to the aggression point as Brian a little bobble on the exit of 2. Fredo makes contact again with the E36 as both drivers rotate to that front inside clip, maybe even pushing Brian slightly offline as both drivers transition to the outside 3. Fredo jumping back, getting deep in the outside 3, and getting into the water as Brian cranking the angle over. Fredo showcasing that he's aggressive and there, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to take Brian out here. Tim, always a showman. Always a showman.
Definitely an aggressive chase there, trying to force that mistake. But nonetheless, Brian kept it cool, calm, and collected in the lead run, did what he had to, did not spin out. Fredo was there the entire time, but due to that first run with Fredo losing control in outer one, we're going to see what the judges say. I believe I know which way this battle's going, but again, I just talk into a stick.
Never say never. We never have a 100%, but it looks like Brian's going to get the win. It's official. Brian Colin gets the win. Fredo celebrating underneath the tunnel. The smoke billowing up over the windows where we are, up in the skybox. Fredo having a great time. His new sponsor, Wise Coast Pisting, allowing that abuse to happen. Big shout out to Fredo showing up all season here at the E-Town Gambler, but unfortunately his weekend is over. And Brian at BG Automotive E36 moving on to the top 16. Brian's going to see Trevor Root in battle in the top 16 on number 1 in points coming into round 4. Trevor's looking to take home that championship today and also another podium check, but Brian's looking to stop him in his tracks.
We got a Jonathan on Jonathan battle here. As we can see, the lead car is going to throw it in right at that three cone there. Beautiful lead run so far as we transition over into outer 2. A little bit shallow, but floats the car back as the chase run is trying to make up a little bit of real estate. He continues to make up that real estate, a little bit shallow, but he is slowly inching his way to the lead driver that is now coming across that inner clip, throwing it to the danger zone of outer 3. Just got to keep it clean to get a good lead run. The chase a little bit lackluster, but again, everything can change in an instant. We could flip these cars around, which we are going to do, and anything can happen. Either of these guys are still in this battle. We got these Jonathans flipped around, and we are going to start out throwing it in just like last time. Coming into outer 1, nice click in for that lead driver, chase driver, dialing it up, getting up to the door. He's inching his way there, a little bit shallow on angle and line, but he is gaining that proximity more than the previous run.
Both Jonathan's working their way into that front inside clip. The SD300 putting the pressure onto the 370. 370 taking an odd line, but dumps himself back into the outside zone of 3 into the danger zone as Jonathan's SD300 starting to put the pressure on over the finish line. Jonathan with his 370Z getting into the dirt across the finish. We're going to have to see how the judges weigh this out, but a solid run from both drivers.
Yeah, my guess would be Jonathan's going to win this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a Jonathan. Jonathan and his SD300 get the win. Jonathan with his SD300 gets the win. Our next two drivers up on the line, Brian and Curtis. Curtis in that borrowed Root Camp Pro Spec E36. Brian Hopp, also a Pro Spec driver in his MA Motorsports S13.
And on top of that, both of these drivers are in the last man standing competition, so one of them's going to go out here, and one of them's going to keep fighting for that side pot that we established in the drivers' meeting.
Yeah, always some fun ways to make some money here at the Gambler. We also have that Let It Ride that Vanessa's holding on to thanks to Freedom Motorsports. A fun way to make some extra money, pay for your dinner, pay for your fuel, and honestly, if you take that thing all the way, that's a couple $100 extra bucks in your pocket, never mind the podium checks at the end. All right, Jonathan's 370Z working his way out from underneath the tunnel. Honestly, vibrating our feet. You guys feeling in your feet? Feeling in your toes? Nice. I go racing for the vibrations. Brian Hopp both poised and waiting with Curtis right behind him. Curtis coming all the way up from Atlanta, a major pillar in the Mid-Pond Clutch Kickers series. For support your local raceway, make sure you check them out. Get signed up for a Clutch Kickers round. And if you're up here at the E-Town, we would love to see you signed up for the Casino Royale, October 25th. That's a 235 millimeter tire competition, no cage requirements. And here you go, Brian Hopp taking the lead with that MA Motorsports S13, getting chased down by Curtis Hall in that Trevor Root Pro Spec E36. Brian Hopp seeing the wall going into outside 3 and the splash zone, and Curtis Hall keeping his composure as he jumps right back to side as Brian Hopp doubling down in the splash zone. Look at him, he's not giving up at all. Curtis just kind of curious what's going on at this point as Brian Hopp is literally soaking down anything and everything within a 10-foot radius of the track. That MA Motorsports S13 refused to fall off a track here as Curtis with that Trevor Root E36 just trying not to wad up both cars. Honestly, he kept it on there. He stayed in the throttle, and you know, when in doubt, you throttle out, and Brian Hopp just showcased why here at the stadium you got no other choice but just to stay in it. Curtis Hall, honestly, just around for the show. That MA Motorsports S13 trophy truck now in the chase position. Curtis Hall with that Trevor Root E36 ready for a lead lap. Curtis has a slight advantage going into this side. He just needs to put down a solid checklist of what the judges want to see. Curtis just needs to get through the boxes. Let's see how it plays out.
Got Curtis Hall throwing his initiation around that 3 cone, getting nice and deep into outer 1,
and Brian Hopp hits him. He stabbed the guy. Brian Hopp getting aggressive, knowing he's at a deficit, making contact with Trevor Root's E36. That's not even his car. Curtis is out there driving and wheeling, and Brian Hopp's out there committing crimes. Our judges are requesting a replay. right, so here we have our two drivers, Curtis Hall, piloting that Trevor Root. Look at him getting out of the car. Fight him, fight him. Oh, they hugged. They
Oh, how
hugged.
sweet.
That's nice to see. Brian Hopp showing love and affection to Curtis Hall. Piloting out. I know both of these gentlemen are having a great time out here. Big shout to both their drivers and their teams for coming out. Honestly, a great showcase. Here's the replay of that run. Curtis Hall's lead lap. Brian Hopp to chase. You guys are watching the replay at home. Trevor Root's E36 Pro Spec car getting piloted by Curtis Hall. Unfortunately, getting contact with Brian Hopp, our judges wanted to see a replay of how it went down. We're going to have to go to our judges for a final verdict. And it looks like our judges want to see a one more time out of Curtis Hall and Brian Hopp.
This is an exciting one more time to get. We got these two Pro Spec machines out here at your E-Town Gambler. Two very exciting cars, very exciting drivers. See them go one more time. We just got to hope they can clean things up a little bit, and we should have an exciting battle ahead of us.
Don't worry, Pat. I'm just as confused as you are. Boys, what are we doing out there? But don't worry, we're going to run them back. I can't wait to see these two gentlemen back out on track. I believe we're going to bring up, are we sending them right back again? We sending them hot? Somebody talk to me. We sending them hot, or are we moving on to our next battle? All right, we're going to move on to our next battle. I believe this is Dmitri Brutzky getting chased down by Vanessa, our Fredo Motorsports Let It Ride chip holder. Our driver's working away. Vanessa very patient behind Dmitri Brutzky's E46 as he dumps himself into outside two, makes a correction, getting himself out of the splash zone. Vanessa very calm and collected as she's trying to close that gap up as Dmitri works his way out of outside two and curls into that front inside clip. Vanessa with her SE300 2JZ power underneath the hood with that massive rear wing, keeping her composure, but Dmitri Brutzky keeping a solid gap and filling the zones. We'll have to see the second half of this battle as Vanessa now taking the responsibility with a lead.
Yeah, Dmitri Brutzky doing what we expect and what we've seen out of him all season, but Vanessa is not making it easy on him. And from the runs I've seen in practice, Vanessa's lead is also not going to make it easy on him.
Yeah, Vanessa definitely calm and consistent. Different vehicle speed here. I'm curious to see how Dmitri is going to react with that new chassis here at round 4 of the Gamblers. The final rounds here with our point series winner, or sorry, not winner, leader, maybe a winner, is Trevor Root coming into the round trying to hold on to that. He's already in the top 16 where he's going to face off against Brian, but he's got Nate Chen on the other side of the bracket patiently waiting to try to take those points from him, and Dmitri Brutzky is right behind that. And Dmitri getting enough points, I think there's enough math to make him take away a win from both of those gentlemen.
I do believe there is enough boy math to do that.
All right, here you go, Vanessa with that Fredo Motorsports Let It Ride chip, getting in that lead position now, that clean air up front. She's getting herself into outside zone number 1, a little deep, getting into the splash zone, but Dmitri gives her the patience, and Vanessa shuts her down going to outside 2. That's a major deficit, but Dimitri's right there on the backside of taillights. Vanessa's putting right back into it, getting right into the throttle, putting on a show for everybody as she works her way through outside zone number 2. Dimitri's right there on the side, matching the angle, getting a little bit of a bobble, working her way through the puddles in the wet here in the stadium. Vanessa rotates down to outside 3. Dimitri's though right there on the back bumper. Vanessa needs to keep it on the asphalt. She does a great job over the finish line. Dmitri keeps that bungee cord right where it needs to be.
Definitely want to give props to Vanessa. Had that little bit of a hiccup on initiation going towards the end of outer 1, but she cleaned it up, she got it together, and she put a beautiful second half of that run together.
All right, it looks like our judge is going to make it official. Dmitri Brutzky gets the win with that E46, taking out Vanessa. Another shout out to her and her entire team for coming down and hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure to look at your cars, watch you guys drive, and I hope you guys had an amazing time here at the E-Town Gambler with Dmitri Brutzky works his way into the top 16. Our next two drivers, Martin and Joel. Joel having a little bit of a ECU hiccup during practice, getting cleaned up, getting some points on the board, getting himself awarded into the bracket, but he's got to take down the guy that showed up literally lap one, locked in. Martin is on a tear path.
Yeah, two very different stories coming out of practice. Martin was locked in, dialed. Joel was running around the pits looking for an ECU. He got it together for qualifying, and now they're both here, and we're going to see what happens when they do battle.
Yeah, big shout out to Joel and then his team figuring it out, getting back on track. We love to see that. We'd love to see the success story, but now he's got to fight for his right to go into the top 16. Martin piloting a weapon of an S13. Both drivers in the burnout box warming up their tires. Martin walking himself into our grid start right now. Joel hopefully right behind him. There he is. Nice. He's out there. That's all we need. That's step one.
Step one, get to the line. Step two, drift. I don't know anything else between then.
Well, step three is get back to the line.
Oh, okay.
You got to survive. This is the stadium. There's a lot of deficits out there. We got dips, we got dives, we got water, we got walls. Never mind your other co-driver out there. You got to navigate all this and survive the lap. Joel taking that lead, or I'm sorry, the chase position, Martin to lead. Martin qualifying in 11th. Joel qualifying 22nd. Martin taking the lead with a massive gap going into outside zone number one, as Joel has to clean up that deficit now as they work their way through the center section of our track going into outside zone number two. Richard's doing a good job as kind of close that gap up as Martin lands himself into outside two. As always, locked himself in. A little bit of waver navigating through the water here as Joel's trying to close that gap up, sacrificing a little bit of angle there and a little too much. He's going to exit stage right as Martin finishes off through that inside clip, hopefully keeping it out of the wall and the water trap down into outside three. Martin doing a good job keeping the back end of that car and the rear axle locked into outside zone number three. An unfortunate turn of events for Joel, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
As drifting sometimes, what this does mean is Martin has a big advantage going into his chase run.
Yeah, now he has to chase Richard, and if he honestly gets too aggressive, that could come back to one more time. We just saw it with Ryan Hopp and Curtis Hall. Some random stuff has happened here before. I never say never, but Martin having a slight advantage. Richard now to lead, Martin to chase. All right, our drivers are flipped back around. Richard to chase. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard to take the lead position. Martin now to put the pressure on and chase. Both drivers shoot from out under that Raceway Park tower. Richard having the ECU issue in practice, cleaning it up now, getting into the water of outside one. Martin staying nice and patient right behind him, giving him the space to rotate into outside two. Richard taking a little bit going into it, but getting himself locked in now as Martin starting to put the pressure on, matching that proximity and angle going through outside zone number two. Really starting to dive that front tire in, almost making contact with that S14 as well as both drivers work through that front inside clip. Rotate back around. Richard taking that long, wide line into outside three, and Martin is just collecting himself over the finish line, keeping the pressure on, but no major deficits.
Definitely no major deficits like we saw out of Joel, but again, I can't stress this enough. Joel was running around looking for his ECU right before qualifying, so getting the car out here, qualifying, and having a good battle is a win in itself.
It is, especially out here in the stadium. Little hiccups turn into big mistakes very easily out here, so he survived, but unfortunately it looks like it's going to go to Martin, and he's going to work himself into the top 16. We got a young gun battle of the Jacobs going out. Jake Little piloting that Corvette. He's going to take that lead position, qualifying in 6th position, getting chased down by the young 15-year-old Jacob Brutzky, qualifying in 27th. These guys are fighting for that last spot on the right side of the bracket into the top 16. Looking forward to watching both of these young men battle it out here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler.
Jacob Brutzky's car decided today's not the day in practice, so he will actually be piloting his dad's brand new build, and If they end up facing each other later in the bracket, I don't know who's going to take the car, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We're going to worry about Jacob on Jacob.
Yeah, family holidays are going to get weird, but Jacob now has the responsibility to chase him down. But Jake Little is no stranger to what the judges want to see, piloting that RTS Corvette in that lead position. Jake already making some hard statements through some driver interviews, said, watch out, I'm coming for you. I'm here to make a statement, take home a big check, and stand on top of the box. But first, he's got to take out Jacob Dmitri. Little in that Corvette takes that lead. Dmitri to chase him down. Little working his way into outside zone 1, and Dmitri with a little too much sauce rotates it through into outside 1. Jake Little in the Corvette working his way through the rest of the checklist. A little waiver in, a safe land in the outside 2. I don't know if his spotter's in his ear or not yet, but he's still got a taillight out. You see that?
You see the tail light out, and let's mention that Jacob Little still has to complete this run for it to be scored. Jacob Brutzky might have made a mistake in the chase, but Little does have to cross the finish line for it to be scored. And did I jinx it? I did not give it the announcer's curse this time, Mike.
That's good, but the drone guy was trying to make contact. You see that? That was pretty cool. Shouts to the drone guy getting in there, you know? Give him a tap, a little love tap. You're not going to hurt him. Unfortunate turn of events for Jacob Dmitri, the birthday boy. I'm pretty sure his birthday was yesterday, turning just 15 years old. Brutzky, sorry. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for the grade. Jacob Brutzky. Wow, long day. All right, here we go. Jake Little now taking the chase. Jacob the lead. Jacob with a major deficit going into the second half of this battle. That RTS Corvette looking to just make himself planted into the top 16.
Jacob Brutzky now in that lead with Jacob Little chasing him behind. Jacob Brutzky throws it into outer 1, keeps it clean this time, unlike the chase run. But it's a little bit shallow for both. A little bit risky coming around through outer 2, a little bit shallow. It's okay though. He dials that car back and gets it to the edge of the zone where he needs it to be. Wavering out of Jake Little in the chase. Ooh, this is gonna make for an interesting run. I don't know if that's enough to, oh my, contact. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. There's so much going on all at once.
It looks like Jacob Brutzky making a small dabble, a small mistake here and there. Jake Little trying to navigate behind him. Jake trying to keep that car at angle as much as he can. That RTS Corvette almost falling out of drift. Brutzky doing what he can in the lead position. We'll have to lean on our judges here for our final verdict. And it looks like Jake Little is going to take the win of that RTS Corvette, moving himself into the top 16 where he's going to see Martin. All right, we're going to bring our one more time battle back up to the line. Brian Hopp and Curtis Hall. Both these drivers are up and uglies going into our first battle. Let's see if these boys can clean it back up. Brian Hopp now poised in that lead position. Curtis Hall with that Root Camp E36 to chase him down. And here we go, that MA Motorsports S13 of Brian Hopp out in the lead. Curtis Hall chasing him down. Brian Hopp with an over rotation in the lead position. Curtis Hall seeing it early, reading it well. Curtis Hall taking the opportunity to get himself comfortable with the rest of the track, understanding how wet everything is, navigating that car that is new to him, new tires and new track, coming all the way up from Midtown. Curtis already with the advantage because Brian Hopp in that lead position, over rotating through outside zone number 1. I gotta say the track is definitely getting patchy out there.
Yeah, it's making it unpredictable for these drivers, but you know what I gotta say, Mike? We saw this once before. We saw this exact same thing happen, and what happened last time? We flipped these cars around and Curtis messed up the entry. I'm not saying he's going to do it again, but you can't rule anything out.
This is anyone's game right now. Both of these cars are pro-spec proven weapons. Brian Hopp piloting his own chassis. Curtis Hall coming all the way up from Atlanta, a pillar in the Mid-Pond Clutch Kicker Series, piloting a car he's never piloted before, but Trevor Root's pro-spec E36. All he's got to do is get through the checklist now, but Brian Hopp's going to try to put the pressure on.
Curtis Hall out front in that E36. Nice, slow, controlled initiation. Fires off shallow in outer one, but again, he just needs to check the boxes and get through this lap. Shallow now falling into place through outer two. Brian, though, he's doing a great job in the chase run. He's matching the line, matching the angle, and he's closing in that proximity as we come through the inner clip. Last transition into the danger zone. Curtis plays it a little bit safe, a little bit risky as Brian slides way deep and loops it coming across the line.
An unfortunate turn of events for that Brian Hopp camp, but Curtis Hall piloting that Trevor Root E36. Looks like he's going to have the advantage, but I'm not going to make it official until we go to our judges. And it's official. Curtis Hall gets the win, working himself into the top 16, taking out Brian Hopp with that MA Motorsports S13.
That was the last battle of our top 32. We are now moving into our top 16, where our number one qualifier, Nate Chen, is going against Anthony Rizzo.
And here we go, Nate Chen comes blasting out from underneath the tower as Anthony's trying to close up the deficit as Chen gets to the outside zone number one well before Anthony does. Anthony takes a shallower line trying to clean the proximity and rotates over. Anthony really manipulating that car to get back behind Nate Chen as he's doing a great job now closing up and matching angles. Chen doing a fantastic job in the lead position. And then shuts it back down, a major straighten, making contact with Anthony Rizzo's S13 as Chen tries to reinitiate back through that front inside clip. This may be a major deficit into the points championship rate for Chen as Rizzo is right behind him over the finish line. As always, it's always getting weird around here, but we got to flip these boys around. Anthony now taking the lead, Chen the chase. The wet and wild stadium here at E-Town Gambler always showcases the wild.
Yeah, Chen fired out from underneath us, actually. Real fast, real hot run coming all the way through 1 and 2, and then about halfway through outer 2, there's a little bit of a slip up.
These boys are making it interesting. The weather's making it interesting. Y'all are making it interesting. Thank you guys for joining us here at round 4, the final round of the E-Town Gambler this year in 2025. We're here at the stadium, the infamous stadium, running that FD layout and multiple magnitudes of other events. Here goes the second half of this battle as Rizzo with a slight advantage, taking that lead position, and Chen trying to make the aggression super landing into outside zone number 1. And Rizzo in a spin himself. Now this one's for the people outside. Rizzo always cranking the angle, gave it a little too much as Chen will thank him very nicely for that gift. Anthony really doubling down on it now.
Definitely makes it one of those interesting calls for the judges, seeing what happened in both runs. You know, there was spin out in this run and the run before. Nate had that bobble. I'm not sure what the judges are deeming it. Again, not my job. I will just tell you the result.
Yeah, I'm thankful to be spitting into the mic over here. Here's the replay with Nate Chen taking that lead. Anthony chasing him down. Chen getting to outside zone very early. Anthony trying to make an aggressive move to close out that proximity, giving the space to Chen to rotate in the outside too. Obviously, Anthony taking a weirder line, but landing himself back into the proximity point right behind Chen's FDR7. You can see Chen looks like his car just shut down, making contact with Anthony Rizzo's S13 right before that front inside clip before he can complete outside zone number 2. Chen goes on to try to complete the rest of the run, salvage as much as he possibly can as Anthony's right behind him after getting hit in the face. You guys on the live stream watching that replay of Anthony getting a little too much rotation through outside zone number 1. Nate Chen doing a good job reading that rotation and not making contact. Anthony, unfortunately, the run already being over, and it looks like our judges are going to make it official. We're going to go one more time, send them back around. Let's do it again. Always a good time. You get a side-by-side Tim Fredo battling it out. And Brian, that was a good little throwback earlier today from our top 32. Where we're going to see our next battle up on the line. We got Shane and Phil. Phil sitting 5th in points. I declare him almost our rookie of the year. Phil, the dent guy in that Corvette, waiting to take out Shane. Both these gentlemen worked their way into the top 16, looking themselves to get into that grade 8 and take home eventually the big checks on the podium.
Yeah, and I hope you guys caught the interview and the little intermission with Phil. It was a great interview, great insight to what he has going on. He said he wanted to come and he wanted to play with the big dogs and see what he could do and stack up against the competition. And quite frankly, he stacked up very well all year.
Yeah, it's super amazing to see Phil come out here, not only having a great time, but being competitive in that Corvette. And Shane in his Corvette now trying to get aggressive going into outside zone number 1. Phil lands himself into outside zone number 1, getting into the splash zone 9th and D. Shane giving him a little bit of patience to allow him to rotate into outside zone number 2. Phil, the dent guy, maybe putting a dent in, getting into the splash zone, really staying in the throttle right on the edge of the track there. Shane giving him some space to navigate through and get himself back out. Shane almost losing angle there, getting himself reinitiated, falling back behind the proximity of the trajectory of Phil's Corvette, going into outside 3. Phil a little shy off the box there, and Shane honestly just practicing a little patience with that wet and wild lap from Phil in the lead.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest run, but he got through the run, which we haven't seen everybody do, which is very important. Get through the run, get points on the board. I say points, it's not scoring like qualifying, but it's still a complete run. Again, there's some sloppy things on both parties. There could have been a couple of cleaner moments in the lead run, dipping a little bit of tires. Chase run could have matched the angle a little bit better, maybe gotten a little bit closer. But nonetheless, mistakes on both sides, still anybody's battle while we flip these cars around.
I see you, the chat in there. Unfortunately, I do not know French. I would love to learn. Somebody teach me. But at this current moment, Google Translate's my friend. So, sorry. That's a wild comment. Dent me, Phil. All right, here we go. Phil taking that chase position now in his Corvette, chasing down Shane. Both drivers initiate well before that last initiation point. Shane getting his Corvette into outside zone number 1, getting that rear axle, rotating back into outside zone number 2 as Phil trying to close that gap up, match the angle, close up that proximity as both drivers navigate through the wet side of outside zone number 2. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. No contact yet as both drivers work their way into the front inside clip. Shane looks nice and patient as he rotates into that last outside zone, avoiding the wall of debt. And Phil, honestly, he's right behind him. Phil doing a fantastic job in the chase.
Yeah, it's a good battle from both Corvettes here in both their leads and runs. Again, it's not the cleanest, a little bit sloppy, but that's due to this wet weather, this inconsistency on the track. As you can see, the sun is starting to peek out. We're starting to get some dry spots, so it's not making it the easiest to drive, but these two managed it very well.
Chat's also asking if we have speak Spanish. You guys obviously can hear I can barely speak English, so it looks like we do have a winner. Shane's going to take the win in his Corvette, knocking out Phil, ultimately our rookie of the year. A great showcase from Phil all year long at the E-Town Gambler, but Shane's going to work his way into the grade 8. A big shout to everybody around the world tuning in live and in person. Thank you guys for joining us here at E-Town. Big shout to the guys in the chat. We love to read your comments. Shout out your favorite driver. Honestly, tell Casey how great he's doing up here, helping me out announce for the final round of the Gambler. Casey's doing a fantastic job. Thank you for coming over here and helping me breathe.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you guys for bearing with me as I struggle my way through this commentating. As we have the one more time of Nate Chen and Anthony Rizzo. Nate Chen sending it in. Big entry right on the edge. Anthony Rizzo holding it together, though. Coming around. It is a crazy run right now.
He kissed him on the lips. Nate Chen working his way into the rest of outside zone number 2. Rizzo trying to pull himself back together. Major mistakes out of Rizzo in the chase. Nate Chen pulling the rest of the lap to the conclusion as he keeps it off. Anthony making sure his presence is known. He kissed him over there. I witnessed it.
I think that's what led to that incident at her too. He got a little bit nervous. Face got red. Butterflies in his stomach.
It was real. That's how you know it's real. An unfortunate turn of event. This one more time battle already. Both these drivers handing it to each other last time out, and it looks like Chen's going to go through as Rizzo trying to keep that aggression all the way through outside 1, but unfortunately maybe a tad too much. We're going to flip these boys back around and we'll see what they do in the second half of this battle.
Kendrick, I see you in the chat, and yes, Brian Hop did go. He got eliminated in top 32. Hollywood Hop is no longer in the competition.
And here we go, Anthony taking no prisoners with a ton of aggression, always cranking angle right on the backside, but Nate Chen with his FDR7s right there. Rizzo gets into the splash zone of outside 1. Chen backs off to give a little bit of patience as both drivers work their way and navigating the outside 2. Rizzo trying to crank out all of the tie rods he possibly can from the steering rack, keeping that rear axle into the outside zone number 2 as he pulls away a little early as Chen right there, not necessarily matching the angle, but keeping that proximity and making sure he's well known in the backside. Understanding he might have a slight advantage in the judges' eyes, he may be playing it a little bit safe, but both drivers make it across the finish line.
Nate Chen gets the win.
Oh, chat, you wilding right now. Chat's wilding right now. If you're not on the live stream, make sure you chime in. You can see the very cool, very useful drone and our production team making sure that you guys get to see the best angles here in the stadium at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler, as well as you can see our event sponsors in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Make sure you show some love and appreciation to each one of those companies helping support our series and making these events happen here at Raceway Park. A big shout out to the Knap family for always hosting us and always throwing a massive, great party here at Raceway Park. Make sure you support your local raceways, more important now than ever. And here we go, Colin taking the lead. Lifting and chasing down Colin with that G35 with a massive crank out of outside zone 1, getting into the splash zone. Lifton having to shut it down. That might be a little too weird, judges. Weird. All right, we're going to get these boys licked back around. We'll swap them back, but unfortunately, it's going to look like a deficit. Colin just getting a little too wet and wild. They're not done yet.
No, they're not done, and it's getting sketchier and sketchier. I'm getting nervous for them going into outer 3 here.
I mean, when in doubt, throttle out. These boys are doing it. They survived the lap. We're going to flip them back around. Corvette now the lead. G35 to chase. Jacob Lipton now taking that lead position in his Corvette. It's getting chased down by Colin in the G35. Colin always a contender out here at the Gambler. Lipton, big shout to his wife and kids at home. Jacob cranking into outside zone number 1, getting into the splash zone himself, almost a repeat of the exact same battle, but it looks like they keep the composure a lot more. They look like they're going to finish this lap off and with a little, honestly, the same deficit.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing we're seeing out of both drivers. Same thing, and then roots it around.
Ooh, you know when you go to Chipotle and you're like, no, more cheese?
And they never give you more cheese?
Yeah, that was more cheese.
Oh,
that was the
gave
extra
you more
scoop.
cheese. There it is.
That was the extra scoop. Well, I guess we'll see these boys back around. Judges, weird? Weird. All right, cool.
So weird, we're going to need a replay for this one.
Kim gets it. Both these drivers doing a fantastic job all year long, battling it out. You can see the scars on both of these chassis. Here's a side-by-side. You got Colin on the left side of your screen, piloting that G35, taking his lead position, getting into the splash zone. On the right side of your screen, you can see Lifton piloting his Corvette, almost doing the identical entry. Both these guys are locked in to getting wet.
Looks like we saw the same thing going into outer 1 from both drivers, both of them going off track. The judges are deliberating if it was an incomplete or if the run continued.
All right, judges, weird? Weird. One more time, sending the boys back around. Let's look at it again.
Got a couple of the drivers in the chat. Shouldn't you guys be focusing on driving?
Our points leader, Trevor Root, in there talking smack in the chat.
You think he's typing with his left hand? Because his right collarbone's broken. I don't know how much that affects him typing, though.
All right, next two drivers on the line, Adam and Nick. Both poised and ready. Nick piloting his SR-team, taking the lead position, getting chased down by Adam in his Mustang. Adam putting his bumper back on. You like to see that. And he's aggressive right off the bat, waiting for Delesio to make his entry into outside zone number 1. Nick doing a great job going through the box, rotates back through. Adam giving him the space, keeping his bumper on this time, and they rotate through. Nick a bit shy off of outside zone number 2, getting that rear axle of the SR-team deeper and deeper as Adam's literally barking at the front tires.
Love the aggression we're seeing out of Adam Heisman here, but that's not possible unless Nick Delesio is laying down a good lead run, which he is continuing to do as Adam Heisman dives back in, coming through outer 3 across the finish line.
All right, now we're going to get our guys flip back around. Adam now taking the lead position. Nick the chase. This track's getting more patchy by the moment. You can see the puddles forming in low spots where the bumps and grinds are out here in this drift stadium, infamous for making heroes or zeros instantly in one transition or one turn. Let's see how these boys flip it back around as Adam and the Mustang now taking the lead. Nick initiates. Finally into that outside zone number 1. Adam gets into outside zone number 1 as Nick's trying to close that gap up as they transition to outside 2. Adam doing a good job getting that Mustang in the rear side as Nick Delesio being a little patient, maybe too patient, waiting for the time to jump back in. As I say that, he's starting to put the aggression on. A little bit stabby there as he needs to match the angle of the Mustang of Adam as he rotates into that front inside clip. As I say that, he's starting to do, takes a little bit of air. A weird line from Delesio, has to jump back through, and he's getting aggressive as he goes into 3, but Delesio losing the angle as Adam cranking off the Mustang across the finish line.
Definitely a little bit of a hiccup there in the chase run, but it's not said and done. The judges are deliberating, and we will see what they have as a result.
It's not delivery, it's Delesio. And it looks like it's official. Adam in the Mustang takes the win, knocking out Nick. I blame the V160.
Here we go. We got Trevor Root, our points leader, in the lead with Brian chasing him down. Throwing it around that 2 cone, getting into outer 1. Ooh, a little bit of a hiccup there. The chase driver goes around. Trevor Root still has to complete this run in order for it to be scored. This run is not over. Trevor Root has to keep this lead.
His wipers are on. He's at least keeping the windshield clean. Trevor, number 1 in points right now going into the round. Needs to hold himself together, survive the lap. And it looks like everybody's going to make it across the finish line. Unfortunate for Brian, going into a deficit in the second half of the battle.
Yeah, but again, we've seen it many times today. We don't know what is coming. Anything can happen here. Trevor Root could mess up in the chase. We're not sure.
All right, chat, we see you. Get signed up at racewaypark.com. We're going to see you guys out here next year for the E-Town Gambler. We're going to ramp this thing up next year, so make sure you join us out here. Support your local raceways. Get signed up. Come out, compete. Fun events. We also, October 25th, we have the Casino Royale 235 Cup on the kart track. No cage requirements. Get signed up. Battle it out with some heavy hitters out here with some great machines. All right, here we go, Brian, now in that lead position. Trevor Root, the chase. Brian with a massive flick well before the entry point. Trevor patiently waiting because he can initiate well later. Brian missing out outside zone number 1. Trevor Root giving a little bit of space as he jumps into the aggression point now as he dives into outside 2. Brian getting into the splash zone, and it looks like Trevor Root's almost going to make contact. BMW on BMW Prime here as they work their way through the rest of outside 2. Trevor Root trying to close up that deficit now. He's got that door shut in his face by Brian's E36 as they rotate in that front inside clip. Transition over to concrete, back to the asphalt, to the wall of deaths. Brian a little scared of that outside run now as Trevor Root keeping his calm and patient position as he already has the advantage.
Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Tree with the win.
Yeah, Dan Savage, gambler, I say. Sign up, I say. Or racewaypark.com. Premium sausage, the way sausage should be. All right, we got John with his SC300 in the lead position, and Curtis Hall piloting that Root E36 blaring out from underneath the Raceway Park tower. John in that SC300 initiates well before Curtis getting aggressive there as John locks his SC300 through outside center 1. Curtis gets right back to the back bumper. Both drivers working the way to outside 2. Curtis starting to fall back a little bit as John's doing a great job keeping his S300 planted into the outside zone as Curtis is trying to stab him with the front drive of the tires. As both drivers work their way into that inside clip, Curtis really wants to stab that guy. John rotates back into that last outside zone, and Curtis shuts her down straight. An unfortunate turn of event. Curtis doing a fantastic job throughout the entire event, piloting a whole bunch of new things, but unfortunately John with his SC300 is going to take an advantage going into the second half of this battle.
And that mistake by Curtis overshadowed that beautiful run by Jonathan in the lead. I really liked it. Was just nice, smooth consistency the entire run as Curtis was diving at his door. He didn't let it shake him. He just kept it calm and collected and had a nice lead run. We're going to get these cars flipped around. We're going to have Curtis in the lead and Jonathan chasing him down. Curtis in that E36, flicking it into outer 1, getting a nice deep entry there. I like that lead run by Curtis, but Jonathan is right there hunting him down. Curtis sliding it back, and there he goes around, catches the mud, and the car comes around on him.
Honestly, just a corner light. Curtis, if you can hear me, it's just a corner light. It's okay, brother. That's not his car. Curtis is borrowing that from the Root camp. That is Trevor Root's Pro Spec E36, but it looks like the SD300 piloted by Jonathan is going to get the win, working himself into the top 8. Let's make it official. Judges, weird judges, yeah? Weird. Big shout to Curtis coming all the way up from Atlanta, a pillar in the Clutch Kickers Mid-Pond conglomerate. Make sure you guys get signed up to your local raceway. Here's an updated bracket for you guys at home on the live stream. You can see on the right side of your screen that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip awarded to Dmitri Brutzky. Dmitri resetting that, awarding it, taking it from Vanessa in her SD300, looking to double that value against Mike Knap, the man himself, going into the top 8. All right, here we go with that one more time battle. We got Colin back on the G35 taking the lead, and Jake with the Corvette to chase him down.
Last battle, we saw both these drivers go off on initiation. We're going to hope they dial it back just a little bit, not too much. We're just going to want a nice, clean initiation, which is exactly what Colin goes for. He decided just going to keep it on the track and not make mistakes like last time, and that's going to work out best for both these drivers as Jake Lipton is trying to walk him down, coming around outer 2.
Colin doing a fantastic job with that G35 up in front. He needs to navigate the front end of the nose right past that front inside clip. Jake needs to keep the backside of that G35 out of the front of already seeing some contact in practice. Colin doing a fantastic job, working his way through the checklist, and Lipton keeping the pressure on with that Corvette across the finish line. A great battle out of both of these gentlemen, especially with the first side going down.
Exactly. He kept it a little bit more reserved on the initiation, but that was smart because this way he completes the run, and it was a very good run at that. He was deep in all the zones, good angle. It was nice and smooth, but Jake Lipton in the chase was right there. He was matching everything Colin was doing, which should make it very interesting when we flip these cars around.
Yeah, it's now Jake's responsibility in the Corvette to now put down that same lead lap, and hopefully Colin can throw down that same chase. This is the battles we're looking for here in the stadium. We got a patchy, wet track. These drivers are definitely throwing down. We're working our way into the Great 8. These drivers want that final spot on the podium, the big checks. As always, they want to take the win, but that's also a little ego as we go down, and Jake now with that Corvette taking that lead, Colin to chase him down in the G35. Lipton, initiates a little before that last initiation point, gets himself into outside zone number 1. Colin keeping nice and patient right behind him, a little bit of a gap, giving him the room to navigate in through that transition to outside 2. Lifting a bit shy off the box, but Colin keeping that proximity and matching the angle and the pressure on through the entirety of outside zone number 2, as lifting a little left foot brake to keep that Corvette poised right where it needs to be, and Colin's right there keeping the pressure on. So I'm sure that G35 is screaming in the window as Jake's trying to navigate into outside zone number 3. Jake keeps it into the box. Colin's right there. This is definitely going to be a battle for the judges. Colin barking at the front tire of the Corvette. We're going to have to wait for our judges' final verdict. I definitely would not like to judge this run.
Definitely not. What we saw out of both lead drivers was very smooth, consistent lead runs, leaving the door open for the chase to do their job and get on the door, which both chase drivers managed to do, making it a very tight battle that the judges are going to have to go to replay and dissect little by little and determine a winner.
Judges want to see a side-by-side instant replay. You guys are watching at home on the live stream. Big shout to Fredo Motorsports for Let It Ride chip this round for the final round of E-Town Gambler. Left side of the screen, Colin taking that lead position. Jake on the right side in the Corvette. It looks like Jake's a little shy at going into outside 2 in comparison to Colin's G35, and it looks like that advantage might go into the deficit of the judges, but we're going to have to go to the final say. Judges, oh, they're still deliberating. They're watching the rest. They want to see it till the finish line. And it looks like it's official. Colin with the G35 gets the win. Jake gets to go home to his wife and kids, and Colin works his way into the grade 8.
We are flying right through this bracket. We have 2 more battles of the top 16, and then we are going into the grade 8.
All right, here we go. Trevor getting chased down. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Mike Knap. That is not Trevor. Mike Knap getting chased down. Is that Jacob or Dmitri? It's Dmitri. He's sharing the same car. It gets confusing out here. Mike Knap in that S13 taking that lead position, but Dmitri putting the pressure on, knowing he's comfortable chasing down Mike Knap, who is hometown track advantage. Knap leaving the outside 2 just on the wobble there, but Dimitri's putting the pressure on very heavily as both drivers have to navigate to that front inside clip. Knap keeping his composure as Dimitri's barking the side. Dimitri almost over cranking the angle, has to make a correction as Mike Knap works his way over the finish line and finishes it off.
Yeah, that chase run out of Dmitri Brutzky was super clean, super close on Mike Knap's door the entire time until we got to outer 3 where he had a slight hiccup. But besides that, that was a great lead run out of Mike, allowing for a great chase run out of Dmitri.
You can't have a good chase without a good lead. Knap giving that real estate for him to play with. Let's flip those boys around and get to the second half of this battle, see who's going to work their way into the grade 8. Dmitri piloting that brand new E46, holding on to that Fredo Motorsports Let It Ride ship. We're going to see if Mike Knap can steal it or if Dmitri can double its value working his way into his next bracket. And here we go, second half of the battle. Dmitri now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Knap. Mike putting the aggression on as Dmitri lands himself into outside zone number 1. Mike, maybe a car back, but matching the angle as they both drivers. Oh, I'm sorry. Now both drivers transition to outside 2. Dmitri lands himself in the outside 2. Knap trying to close that proximity gap, losing a little bit of angle there, trying to close that back up as Dimitri's locked himself into outside 2, rotating that E46 into that front side clip. As I said, that Mike Knap now putting the pressure on as both drivers transition over the concrete into that last outside zone. Knap definitely taking a much tighter line, trying to close that gap up. Dimitri's just locked in on that outside line.
Yeah, both drivers having a little bit of a mistake going to outer 3 in their chase. Mike Knap having great lead, great chase, but Brutzky did the same, and I would argue Brutzky's chase might have been a little bit cleaner, but again, that's not for me to decide. It's going to be very ticky-tacky for these judges.
And not so ticky-tacky, the judges are going to give it to Brutzky. Dmitri Brutzky takes the win, taking out the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mike Knap. Dmitri doubling the value of that Fredo Motorsports Let It Ride chip to $50. A big shout to Dmitri Brutzky for letting it ride.
Dmitri Brutzky not only having that Let It Ride chip, he is one of our last man standing drivers, which there are only 3 of left. That being Adam Heichman, Trevor Root, and Dmitri Brutzky, our last 3 last man standing drivers remaining, which means they don't have to win the competition. They just have to outlast the other, and they could take home a cash prize.
Our next 2 drivers up on the bracket. We got Jake Little piloting that Corvette going up against Martin in that S13. Martin's been locked in all weekend. He's been a heavy hitter, but Jake Little is no stranger to success here at the Gamblers. We're going to see if that RTS Corvette can take out Martin's S13. Little to lead in the Corvette, Martin to chase in the S13. Both these drivers locked in early with this patchy track and conditions. Looking forward to this battle. Let's see who's going to get their way into the Grade 8, working their way into a short list of drivers left to see who's going to stand on top of the podium and walk away with the big check. And here we go, Jake Little in that RTS Corvette taking that lead position. Martin's S13 working his way in. Little is cranked through outside zone 1, keeping it in the box. Martin showing some patience there, keeping his space as he rotates out to outside zone 2. Little works his way into the box, hitting that rear axle nice and deep into outside 2, but Martin's right there on the backside, barking that front tire at his door handle. Little's doing a fantastic job keeping that Corvette nice and deep through the entirety of outside 2, rotating into that front inside clip, but Martin cannot be shaken. He rotates right on the backside of that Corvette, dumps himself and makes some added aggression into outside 3, knowing that he can put some confidence into Little's Corvette as both drivers come over the finish line.
Yeah, as it starts to dry and these drivers get a little bit more confident, familiar with the track conditions, these battles are getting closer and closer. As you can see, Jake Little laying down a beautiful lead run, and then you have Martin chasing him almost identical around the entire track. Martin, if he puts down a good lead run, it's going to sit him pretty, but Jake could always do the same thing in the chase and put it right on his door.
As we've seen multiple times throughout the event, it is anyone's game until both sides of the battle transpire out. Martin has been locked in literally since the first lap of the weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing him battle it out for the second half of the side with that RTS Corvette piloted by Little. And here we go, Martin and his S13 taking that lead, getting chased down by Little in that RTS Corvette. And it looks like Martin's going to make a little contact. It looks like Little's going to make a little contact. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like Little's going to shut it down. Martin keeping his composure. It looks like he was getting beat up. Taillights hanging out of the car. I don't know who hit who, but it looks like Martin doesn't really care as he's going to finish off his lap through outside zone number 2. And Little with that RTS Corvette shortly behind him. Unfortunately, looks like a little rubbing.
Yeah, definitely that contact going into outer 1. Martin hitting the wall there, but I'm curious what happened, the chicken or the egg, what happened first? Did Martin hit the wall, then Jake Little made contact with him, or did Jake Little make contact with Martin and then he made contact with the wall?
All right, judges are asking for that side-by-side replay. You can see Martin's S13 taillight hanging out right underneath that Raceway Park tower. Jake Little's Corvette right next to him. Our judges want to see a side-by-side run replay. Let's see if we can get it back on the live stream and see what's going down. All right, here we go on the right side of your screen. Martin's lead lap. Let's see if Martin made contact with the wall or Jake Little made him contact with him first. And it looks like Little, from my opinion, may have made contact first, but I'm not a judge. I'm not going to weigh into it. Left side of your screen, you see Little's amazing lead lap, and you see Martin just holding the pressure right to the door handle of that RTS Corvette almost the entirety of the track. And it looks like we do have a winner. Martin gets the win. Martin in his S13 gets the win.
Just just a little too aggressive on that chase run, but I love to see the lead out of Jake Little. He had a beautiful lead run there. Would have loved to see this battle go all the way through with both drivers completing both runs because they are very talented, as you could see from the first run. I would have loved to see and make the judges split hairs on who won, but unfortunately we had that incident, and that's the result.
All right, it looks like we're going into the grade 8 where we got a small list of drivers left waiting to see who stands on the top of the podium right behind our Raceway Park tower getting into the big checks. We got Nate going up against Shane. We got Colin going up against Adam. Trevor going up against John, and Dmitri going up against Martin. Don't go anywhere. We're about to get into our final battles here. Just stay tuned. This is the final round, round 4 of the E-Town Gambler, a Mike Knap event. A big shout out to Raceway Park, all the event sponsors, as well as the Knap family for always supporting drifting and racing here. But let's hop right into it as Nate Chen in his FDRX7 take that lead position. Shane trying to close that gap up, going into outside zone number 2 with his Corvette. Chen doing a fantastic job getting through the checklist all the way through 1, and now he's going to rotate to 2. He gets into that box early, keeping that rear axle right where it needs to be as Shane takes that opportunity to close the gap up now with his Corvette. Chen doing a little bit of bobble over through the concrete, back onto the asphalt. Looks like he's nice and comfortable back through as that RX-7 rotates into that front inside clip. But Shane's Corvette cannot be shaken off the backside. As I say that, Chen takes a lot more speed into outside 3. Shane gives him a little bit of space, trying to close that gap up as both drivers come back over the finish line.
Good lead run there by Chen. He had a couple of mistakes, but I do have to give props to Shane in the chase. There was a few mistakes, but he did a very good job correcting them and reeling Chen back in that entire run.
All right, let's flip these boys back around. Chen now has the responsibility to chase. Shane and his Corvette to lead. Shane showcasing that he can put down a battle. Let's see what the second half has to give. Both drivers lock themselves back into the grid. Shane on the right side, right behind that chicane. Need to navigate through the cones, no heavy issues. And Nate Chen getting that clean air straight. All he has to do is initiate, not make contact, survive a run. But both these drivers already throwing down once. It's nobody's game right off the bat. So here we go, second half. Shane in that Corvette taking the lead. Chen in that FDRX7 chasing him down. Shane initiates a big flick, a little wiggle all the way down. Getting into outside zone number 1. Chen a little bit of poised patience as he tries to follow the Corvette all the way in through outside 2. Chen starting to put the pressure back onto Shane as both drivers work their way through outside zone number 2. Shane keeping that Corvette nice and deep, a little bit of wobble, setting himself up toward the concrete, back to the asphalt as Nate trying to close that gap up and match angle at the same time. Getting a little stabby there with the Corvette, maybe a little tap to the backside of the Corvette. That little bit of rotation, hopefully that Shane can clean it up as he does. But going into outside 3 as Chen closing the gap up as he comes across the finish line.
The lead runs there by both of them were pretty similar. I'm assuming the judges are going to want to see a side-by-side replay, but I have to say the chases, they had mistakes. They weren't incomplete, but they were not the cleanest chases, and I'm curious how the judges weigh each mistake.
Our judges are waiting for that replay. If you guys want to see that very same replay, hop onto the live stream. Show up in the chat. Show some love to your favorite driver. Show your love to the Raceway. Show your love to our event sponsors as well as everybody else in our staff, media personnel. Thank you guys for joining us here on this wet and wild stadium day of the final round of E-Town Gambler. Here we go. Left and right. Left side, you got Nate Chen in the lead. Shane with a massive deficit going into outside zone number 1. Chen, you can see on the right side, holding some patience as he lets Shane drive into outside zone number 2. Left side of your screen, you can see Nate Chen locking himself into outside 2, and Shane with his Corvette starting to get aggressive. But that same aggression is matched when Nate Chen starts getting stabby at the backside of the Corvette through that front inside clip. Both drivers work their way through that through that concrete over to the asphalt. You right side of the screen, you can see Shane trying to keep his composure. Chen trying to clean up that mistake. Left side of the screen, Chen doing a fantastic job through outside 3. And it looks like Shane and the Corvette's going to get the win. Shane gets the win, moving himself into the Final Four, taking out a high points competitor, Nate Chen.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Nate Chen. He's not going to be able to reclaim that championship spot like he won last year. He won the Gambler Championship. He's not going to be able to get first spot, but I believe he might be able to hold on to a podium spot in the championship.
Yeah, we're going to have to see the rendition of the rest of the event go through as our next battle on the line. We got Colin with that G35 going up against Adam with the Mustang. Both our drivers working their way, locking themselves into grid as I speak. Colin already poised behind the chicane in the lead position. Adam's Mustang working himself into the chase. Ready for this next battle in our Final Four. This is that round 4, the final round of the E-Town Gambler for 2025. But don't worry, we have a kart track comp, the Casino Royale. It is 235, no cage requirement. Get signed up at racewaypark.com. And here we go, Colin in his G35 taking that lead position, getting chased down by Adam in his Mustang. Colin doing a fantastic job, landing himself into outside zone 1, but Adam's literally right there, keeping the proximity and the pressure on, giving the space for the G35 to rotate into outside 2 as Colin doing a good job keeping that car on the asphalt. A little bit of a bobble there and contact from both drivers, but none of them waver through, finishing off their lap. Adam keeping the proximity and the pressure on as he starts walking away, starts rubbing at the side of the G35. I'm pretty sure Colin was telling him he's number 1 as he's working his way into outside zone number 3. Adam backs off a little bit, tries to save a little bit of paint on the side of that G35, but Colin's unfazed across the finish line.
Love that lead run by Colin there. He kept it nice and clean. He did exactly what he had to do. He put it in all the zones, deep in the zones, good angle. But then you see Adam Heisman. He's sitting there, and he is quite literally banging on Colin's door. I'm pretty sure I saw rubber. Colin told him he was number 1 there. And it's going to be interesting when we flip these cars around. Is Colin going to have that same aggression as Adam and put it on Heisman's door? And is Heisman going to be able to put a lead that's clean and similar to Colin's?
I can only imagine Colin doesn't need a spotter to tell him that he needs to ramp it up and hold the aggression. Adam's no stranger from giving the real estate to a driver. I'm very looking forward to the second half of this battle. Colin now chasing out Adam with his Mustang the lead. Floor it. All right, here we go. Adam now taking that lead position, getting chased down by Colin's G35. Adam with that Mustang, a big flick well before even any of the initiation points, but Collins follows him down into outside zone number 1. Adam's right there over the back side of that Mustang on the wall, filling out outside zone number 1, but Collins right there on the back bumper. A nice transition from Colin, following the position amazingly into the outside zone number 2. Adam's giving him the real estate, the confidence to play with as Collins in the G35 is taking every inch he possibly can, trying to match that aggression from his previous lap as he's starting to bite back in as Adam curls back into that front inside clip. The G35 screaming in the ear of that Mustang as both drivers rotate over the concrete and land back in. Colin putting that massive aggression into Adam, giving him all the room to play with and getting stabby over the finish line to finish it off. Hands out the window. That is a battle here. That is what I like to see. This is round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Make some noise for Colin and Adam.
Definitely going to need a side-by-side replay to break all of that down. Those lead runs were very clean, but those chase runs is what I'm most excited about. We're starting to see the aggression and that rowdy energy that this track can bring out, bumping doors, having a great time. I love to see it out of both of these drivers.
Yeah, all of these gentlemen and ladies out on the field know that this is the time where they can lock in. This is where the big checks are earned or lost. They want to see themselves on the podium, and Colin and Adam are both fighting it out, duking it out. Fists and elbows are flying. These gentlemen are out here trying to get a win. Let's get that side-by-side replay. Left side of your screen, Colin, that G35 taking the lead. Right side, Adam in the Mustang. Both drivers deep in the outside 1. You can see Adam putting the pressure on super early, but Colin closing that transition all amazingly into outside 2 where Adam's falling around. Colin trying to keep that proximity here where Adam starts getting really aggressive on the exit of outside 2. Maybe a sacrifice, a little proximity, but Colin pulls out from the outside 2 a little early. Right side of your screen, you see Colin just locking himself into Adam, giving him all the real estate to play with. All the aggression and transition from Adam on the left side of the screen, landing himself in, but Colin just ramping it up, going into outside 3. That's going to go to our judges for our final call. And it looks like Adam with the Mustang gets the win. Adam with the Mustang gets the win, taking out Colin in the grade 8. Adam working his way into Final 4. We'll see battle against Shane's Corvette.
Yeah, these judges, they're looking at the side-by-side, and they do lead versus lead, chase versus chase. And I believe what might have got Adam that win is the lead run in outer 3 seems to have been a little bit deeper in the zone and a little bit cleaner.
No disregard to Colin's aggression, but Adam gave him the extra real estate to play with. Colin took every inch of that, but you need a good lead to get a good chase. A big clap and applause to Colin for an amazing aggressive chase, but Adam allowed it to happen with a better lead, and that's competitive drifting. We're going to see Adam into that Final Four. He's going to see Shane's Corvette. We're going to the right side of the bracket where we got John with his SD300 going up against Trevor Root with the old tried and true Ray airplane. If you guys are unaware, this E36, he used to lick taillights off left and right, so it was so aerodynamic, it looked like a biplane.
Yeah, I think we should push those walls back on the track and let him turn it into an airplane again, because if he wants to do that, he has to hit the dirt, and that's a no-no.
Yeah, it definitely, the ruts are getting deep. The water added a ton of extra X factor over here. Never mind the fact there's just dangerous walls all over here. This is the stadium here at E-Town Gambler. Looking forward to the rest of the battles on the right side. Looking to get our winners here. Who's going to stand on top of the podium? Who's going to get the big checks? Who's going to get the points championship? You guys are going to have to stay tuned. Big shout out to all of our event series sponsors. Thank you guys for helping to make this happen, as well as each and one of you on the internet and here live and in person.
I do want to mention Adam Heiss was one of our last man standing drivers, so he is continuing on, and that's really going to put the pressure on both Root and Brutzky, the other 2 last man standing drivers remaining.
For you guys at home, now on live stream, you can see that live bracket on your screen. We're going to go to the right side. We're going to see Trevor Root going up against John in his SC300. Bottom right-hand side, you got Dmitri going up against Martin, already locked in. We're going to get that updated for you right away. That Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip still in play with Dmitri holding on to it with a $50 value. And here we go, Root now to take the lead. John, his SC300 chasing down Trevor with that E36. Initiates, cranking, make contact with the wall, but lands himself back in the outside zone of 1. John taking that opportunity to dive into position here, transition on the backside of the E36. John keeping that aggression as Root's giving him all the real estate to play with. Root a little left foot brake to keep that car rotated through the entirety of outside zone number 2. John with his SC300 trying to match that energy, losing a little bit of angle. Big fireball from the backside of that SC, maybe a clutch kick to get that thing going as he starts to keep that proximity and aggression. And it looks like John's going to make a major mistake following Root into outside 3. No contact, but that is going to be a major deficit in the chase out of John in his SC300.
And right there on initiation, you can see why Mike likes to call that the airplane car, because he did exactly that, and he wanted to smash it right off that wall, just like he smashed his collarbone this past weekend.
Insert clip here. All right, let's get our boys flipped back around. Trevor Root now to chase him down. John in that SC300, unfortunately with a deficit, but now has the opportunity to try to extrude a mistake out of Root in his E36. All right, here we go, second half of the battle here. John now with the responsibility to lead. Trevor chasing him down. John's SC300 works himself into outside zone number 1. Trevor shortly behind him. John with a big, massive amount of angle, transitions into outside zone number 2. Root matching that proximity, going in through, and John getting deep into the dirt. Trevor giving him some patience and grace as he works his way through the rest of outside 2. Cranking the angle out of that SC300. He's going to be a little tight to that front inside clip. Trevor reads it well and backs off just a tiny bit, knowing he has an advantage. He does need to wad the car up as John's going to take a massive angle crank. He kind of pulls it over the finish line, but it looks like it's going to be official. Judges, weird. It's going to be Trevor Root getting the win. Trevor Root is going to work his way into the Final Four, taking out John in his SC300. All right, our final battle of the Great 8. We got Brutzky versus Martin. Brutzky in that E46, Martin piloting that S13. A lot of S's out here. S13. Martin's been on tear since literally lap 1 out here, rain or shine. He has been locked in, but Brutzky is no stranger to success in the Gambler. Already holding on to that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride. Already holding a $50 value, looking to double it into 100 into the final 4, and looking to ride that all the way into a final, maybe a podium for a big check, but he's going to have to knock out Martin, who has been a weapon all weekend.
Yeah, Mike, I'm super excited to see this battle. Both of these drivers have been driving out of their mind. Super close chase runs, super crisp lead runs. If we get both of that out of these drivers, this is going to make for a real fun, real interesting battle.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to watching both of these gentlemen battle out here at round 4, the final round of the E-Town Gambler. But don't worry, we got the Kart Track Comp, the Casino Royale, October 25th. Make sure you get signed up at racewaypark.com. This is a 235 tire restricted competition, no cage requirements. And here we go, Martin and his S13 taking that lead. Brutzky chasing him down that brand new E46. Brutzky trying to close up that gap now as Martin's already locked into outside zone number 1, as Brutzky with his E46 is closing that aggression, literally falling into the proximity point of Martin's S13, giving a little bit of wobble. Dmitri backs off just a little bit, giving him some space. Martin's S13 rotates back into that front inside clip. Brutzky putting the pressure back on as they rotate around that front inside clip and now into outside 3. Martin lands where he needs to go, but Brutzky is shortly behind him, door handle to door handle.
Yeah, I really like that lead there out of Martin. It was super clean, super crisp. Brutzky, though, he was putting it on his door in many different places. There was a few hiccups that he was able to make up for and make it look clean, nothing too egregious. So we're going to flip these cars around and see what happens with Brutzky in the lead and Martin chasing him down.
Dmitri holding on to that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride, trying to double its value into the final 4, but Martin making him work for it. Let's flip these boys around, get the second half of this battle underway. Brutzky in that E46 now sitting in the lead. Martin in that S13 to chase him down. And here we go. Brutzky in that BMW taking the lead. Martin shortly behind him, initiates right behind that BMW, well before any of the initiation points. Both drivers work their way into outside zone number 1. Martin shortly behind the BMW. Brutzky's both drivers transition to outside 2. Martin matching that transition, going in, getting super aggressive, making contact as Brutzky gets into the splash zone. Martin has to fall back just a little bit, pulling a little bit of angle out to close up that proximity back around. He's getting a little stabby, rotating into that front inside clip, waiting for Brutzky to give him a little bit of space to get back into the aggression, waiting for that chance to transition back. Martin keeping the aggression up and the ante as Brutzky started cranking the angle out over the finish line, giving it a little bit of hard time for Martin as his S13 crosses right behind him. That was a good battle. Brutzky knew he was there. Martin was putting the aggression on. We're going to have to go to our judges for our final verdict. Good luck, fellas.
Yeah, super aggressive chasing by both drivers. Love the way Martin was just sticking in there with Brutzky, even with a few dirt drops, slowing it up. Martin didn't shy away. He stayed in the throttle and he stayed on Brutzky's door.
All right, the judges are requesting a side-by-side replay of these last runs between Brutzky and Martin. Martin piloting that beautiful S13, that taillight taking a lick in the last battles, and Brutzky with piloting that E46 BMW, a brand new build for himself. Side-by-side on your screen, right side, you can see Brutzky taking that lead, or left side with Martin's lead. Martin holding that proximity, giving some patience, but this is where the aggression turns up on the right side of the screen in outside zone number 2. Martin doing a fantastic job with his lead lap, but Brutzky's trying to match that aggression up. Both drivers wavering back and forth, getting a little surgy from side to side of the track, but both these drivers doing a fantastic job. You can see Martin getting a little loss of proximity with the angle there, but his proximity was high through the entirety of that front inside clip. You can see the aggression almost matches. Brutzky's trying to run him through as Brutzky on the right side of the screen is just cranking angle, trying to drive out Martin through the finish line.
Definitely a super tight battle here as our judges are deliberating. You can see there's a few mistakes by both drivers, but I believe the judges have come to a conclusion. Martin gets the win. Martin gets the win.
Great weekend out of Brutzky. Unfortunately, also in that points race, he's going to take a bow out, and Martin's going to sit himself into the final four. Well, he'll see our points leader, Trevor Root, before the finals. The left side of the bracket, we got Shane and Adam. Right side, we got Trevor and Martin. It's heating up going into the final four. Don't go anywhere. This is round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. We're just getting started. All right, we're getting our next pair of drivers up on the line. The final four, Shane in that Corvette going up against Adam in that Mustang. Good old Chevy versus Ford. Give me some comments in the chat. What are you going for? Are you going for the Chevys? Are you going for the Ford? Is it Shane? Is it Adam? Let me know. Look, man, we all know the LS is superior, but like chassis, all right? There's new Mustang parts on there. That ain't a Chevy. Chevy. All right, here we go. We got Adam in the lead. That LS-powered Mustang going down here underneath the tower, getting chased down by Shane in that Corvette. Both drivers screaming over the concrete well before that initiation point. Adam gets locked himself into outside zone 1, but Shane's Corvette is shortly behind him. Adam rotates back into outside 2. Shane gives him a little bit of patience as he lands right where he needs to be. He's starting to put the aggression on, rubbing his racing as both boys working their way through outside zone number 2. And Shane with a major correction behind the Mustang of Adam as both drivers curl back into that front inside clip. Adam doing a fantastic job keeping his composure. He needs to land at the outside 3 nice and smoothly. A little bit of a waiver there through transition, but Shane takes that opportunity to reapply that aggression over across the finish line.
Really nice lead here by Adam Heisman. We had Shane chasing him down. He had a few minor mistakes in that chase, but he was on his door. He was bashing one of the Bash Bros. That's what I got to say, and I think Adam's going to take that as the green light. So if I were Shane here, I'd be worried for my door.
Chat, the fiberglass Silverado is a wild comment. All right, we got these boys flipped back around. Shane in his Corvette, now waiting to take his lead position behind the chicane. Adam with his Mustang looking to chase him down. And here we go, Shane taking that lead. Adam getting aggressive right off the bat, getting patient. Both drivers initiate well before that even third initiation point. Shane's locked himself into outside zone number 1. Adam's Mustang trying to match that proximity or match that angle going in through the transition to outside 2. Shane's a bit shy off the box, but Adam's right there holding the aggression. Say, I'm right here, brother, making some noise in his window, but Shane's Corvette starting to pull away as Adam loses a little bit of angle, trying to clean that back up, rotates back to that front inside clip. Shane's Corvette's going to make his last transition into outside 3. Adam's Mustang is shortly behind them. We'll have to go our judges for our final verdict here, but a big shout out to both Shane and Adam making their way into the final 4 here at round 4 of the E-Town Gambler.
Yeah, Adam Heisman definitely putting it on his door there. A little bit more timid than we're used to, but he was still there. Both drivers. Oh, sorry, we had the judges telling us Heisman gets the win. Heisman gets the win.
A great drive out of Shane and his Corvette, but Adam's going to work his way into the finals. We are going to battle for third place, so Shane, please stick around. You still got to battle it out for the bottom of the box. Also, I wanted to update everybody that Martin has that Let It Ride Fredo Motorsports token. He stole it away from Brutzky, so he's going to reset its value going into the final 4. He's looking to double its value against Trevor, our points leader in the series. hopefully getting himself into the finals. But if a loser does get awarded, he will have to battle for that third place, bottom of the box, the last check awarded. And the other guys are first loser.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
Follow with me.
All right, we're here with our number one in points, Trevor Root. He doesn't know what to do with his hands here, but how do you feel today? Obviously, you had a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, you know, just a broken collarbone, no big deal, but we got a couple good laps out there today, so I'm pretty excited about it. Feels good.
Basically, his collarbone looks like that.
Yeah, it's no bueno. Insert the clip. The rain here is never good. Even a good lap feels bad. So, I think we're all right.
Car running all right?
Always.
Team feel real good?
Always.
You feel real good?
Always.
Nice. All right, go get your sling back on.
You guys just saw one of our final four drivers, Trevor, breaking his collarbone. He's scheduled for surgery on Monday, but he said, I'm still coming out and winning a gambler. He's still got to fight for the final battles. He's got to take out Martin, who's been on a tear the entire time here at the Gambler. We got Shane and Adam on the, oh, I'm sorry, we already have a verdict going through. Adam's working his way into the final. Shane waiting to get that third place position. So we're still on the right side. Trevor Root needs to take out Martin. Trevor Root already hanging on to our points lead in the championship, basically locking himself into our points championship run, but he's looking to make it a perfect event with a number one space on the box.
On top of that, Adam Heischman and Trevor Root are our last two last man standing drivers. Adam Heischman already moved himself into the final, so if Trevor wants a chance at the last man standing pot, he has to move on here, and then the finals determines not only the winner, but the last man standing winner as well.
Just as a reminder, Shane, your weekend is not done. You got to battle it out for third place, the bottom of the box, so don't go anywhere. Shane and his Corvette is going to see battle one more time for that big check. And here we go, Root to take on Martin. Root in the lead with that E36 LSA LS V8 underneath the hood, getting chased down by Martin. In that S13, both drivers dumped themselves into outside one. Root giving all the real estate for Martin to play with, and Martin taking it as both drivers rotate into outside two. Root a bit shy of outside two now, but getting deep, super deep into that into the splash zone, and Martin is just hyping up, rubbing and burning into the side of the BMW as both drivers work their way into that front inside clip. Martin is keeping the aggression. That DMCC driver coming down and putting it on to our points leader here at the Gambler. Root is doing everything he can in the BMW to walk away, but Martin cannot be shook.
Yeah, Root definitely had a mistaken out or two there going into that wet splash zone. Martin, though, he didn't care. He just stayed on the throttle and stayed on Trevor Root's door the entire run. Trevor Root then had a little mistaken out or three. Again, Martin keeping it on the door. We're going to flip these cars around, and I know Trevor Root knows what happened in this, and I think he's going to try and door Martin. And out of the leads we've seen from Martin, this is going to be for an interesting second half to this battle.
Yeah, Martin is a confident driver. He has been locked in literally since the first lap out this morning. He was the first car in line, the first driver out, wet or dry. He has been doing an amazing job. A big shout to himself and his team. An amazing machine coming down and joining us for the final round of the Gambler. But he has Trevor, who is no stranger to success here. Let's flip these boys around and get the second half of the battle underway.
Martin out in the lead with Trevor chasing him down in that gray E36, throwing that thing in there. They made contact. Trevor Root goes around. Martin stays into it.
Unfortunate turn of events. It looks like Root just got too aggressive going in. Martin riding it out the best that he could. This poor S13 getting a licking out here at the Gambler in the stadium. But it looks like Trevor's aggression going into outside one may be the deficit. But I am not a judge. We got to go to our judges for our final verdict. Judges, is that weird? Weird.
Yeah, I think Trevor Root knew the deficit he put himself at from his lead, and he knew he had to come out swinging, come out aggressive, and put it right on Martin's door. You can see him doing some celebration donuts out there. If the judges deem that he lost, I believe he is mathematically the champion of the series.
He is the points champion. Trevor Root, make some noise for him. Him and his team working hard all season long to make sure he gets the results that he needs. But it looks like it's official. Martin's going to get the lead. Martin's going to work himself into the finals, going up against Adam and his Mustang. But Root's weekend is not done. He's going to battle out against Shane for third place. We're going to have to probably wait for Root to change some tires after the little celebratory burnout. So we're going to get Shane up to the line. Trevor Root, we need you for that third place battle. But our finals are now locked in here at round 4, the final round of the E-Town Gambler. Adam in his Mustang, Heisman versus Martin.
Yeah, I want to give a congrats to Adam Heisman winning our last man standing pot. Now that Root is eliminated, he was the last man standing, as it says. So he is going to get the cash that I have in my pocket.
Yeah, all the cash from our drivers gets put into a pool, and that entire pot goes to our winning driver. So a big shout to him winning our last man standing, a great, amazing way of winning some money here at the Gambler. That also means that Martin, with that Fredo Motorsports Let It Ride, doubled the value going into the finals, and he's going to lock that value in. So now Adam has the chance to steal it from him if he can take the win, but Martin's on a tear.
Definitely going to make for a really, really fun finals. But before then, we're going to wait on Trevor Root to change tires, and we're going to get that third place battle between Trevor Root and Shane.
As always, a big thank you to our event sponsors supporting the series all year long. Make sure you guys go check them out on social media. Tell them the E-Town Gambler sent you through. Show them some love. Order some cool products for each one of these companies. Thank you guys for supporting us the entirety of the year, but we're not done yet. We have one more event locked in, the Casino Royale, October 25th. Make sure you guys get signed up. It's a 235 tire class, no cage requirements. It's on the kart track. It is a great time. I'll see you guys there.
Come on, camera guy, let's go. Come on, dude. Yo, he's fast on his feet. The boy's quick. Come on.
All right, Root back on the line, going up against Shane in his Corvette. Root now taking the responsibility of the lead. Trevor fighting for that last spot on the box, but Shane also in the fight, not going down without it. Here we go. Trevor in that E36 in the lead. Shane putting the aggression on. Trevor lands himself into outside zone number 1. Shane's right behind him. Both drivers work in. Trevor puts on a little more angle and rotates into outside zone number 2. Shane gets stabbed. He shuts her down straight as Root tries to run out the rest of outside zone number 2. Trev pulls out a little early, but Shane in his Corvette with a massive deficit. It looks like Trevor's going to have a little bit of an advantage going in as long as he can survive the rest of the lap, stay out of the wall of death, get out of the water, and make it across the finish line.
Which he does manage to do. He keeps it clean, which is going to put him in an advantage as we flip these cars around, and now we're going to have Trevor Root chasing down Shane.
Shane in his Corvette unfortunately getting a little stabby going to outside zone number 2, straightening up. It's going to be a major deficit in that chase position. Trevor cleaning off his lap. We're going to have to flip these boys back around. Shane now has the responsibility of a clean lead. He needs to go through our judges' checklist, hit every zone as best as he possibly can, and try to extrude a mistake out of Root to even stay into the contention for the bottom of the box, the 3rd place, the last big check here. The other guys are first loser here at the last round of the Gambler. Here we go, jumping in. Shane in his Corvette initiates well before our last initiation point, getting cranked over all the way into outside zone number 1. Root trying to close out that proximity gap as they rotate into his outside zone number 2. Shane's Corvette lands in a bit shy of outside 2, working his way in about a little extra, but Root gets aggressive, starts giving him a little boot. It looks like that's going to affect Shane's Corvette as he exits outside 2 a little early, reinitiates going back into that front inside clip. We're going to have to see how our judges weigh that against Trevor's BMW as both drivers rotate into the last outside zone. Shane a bit shy out of the box, keeping one side of the axle in as Root shortly behind him across the finish line. All right, let's make it official. The judges have a verdict. Trevor Root gets the win, taking that bottom of the box place. 3rd place for Trevor Root in his BMW. A great drive from Shane in his Corvette. A big shout to that Drift New England Corvette. Thank you for coming down for the E-Town Gambler. Thank you for coming and playing. Thank you for gambling. We appreciate your time here. You drove amazing, but unfortunately Shane's going to leave this weekend in 4th place. Trevor Root taking that last spot on the box.
Maybe leaving in 4th and not making it quite on the podium, but Shane still had a wonderful run this weekend, taking out some heavy hitters, notably Nate Chen, who was 3rd coming into this in our championship point. He took him out. He ran his way all the way to 4th. That is a wonderful run, and we hope to see Shane out here again.
Yeah, a big shout to each one of these drivers and their teams for coming out here and competing all weekend long, all season long. We appreciate you. We appreciate our fans, both online and live in person. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you, our event sponsors. But we're about to get down to see who's going to take the win here. Who's on top of the box? Is it going to be Heisman or Martin?
Hey, dude. If you don't know who this man is, this is Mike Knap. The greatest man alive. 2nd greatest man alive.
I was trying to hide from you.
Not again. You can't hide from this.
Too nice.
Are you guys regulars here? You come to this bar often?
I've been here before. Yeah.
Nice. You guys having a great time?
Great time. This is awesome.
Nice. Nice.
If you're not here, you're totally missing it.
Your laps feel good?
I feel good. Yeah.
You do?
I don't know what they look like. I feel good.
You look good. Car looks great right now. Casino Royale?
Not me.
I'll be here for the food and working, but
Casino Royale, 25th.
I'll be here.
Right here, final round of the E-Town Gambler. That guy right there, Nick Delesio, OG, V160 transmission. Yeah. Final round of the E-Town Gambler. This is Trevor. Trevor, how you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great. Car's feeling good. Little wet, little dip. It's all right. We're out here having fun.
Hell yeah, man. Have a great time.
Follow with me.
We can hear the boys out there making some noise. Heisman, Martin, this is the finals. Martin hang on to that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token, locked in its value going into the finals here. Adam with that Mustang already on tear, new parts in the rear. He's ready to take home the big check, standing on the top, but Martin is no slouch, not at all.
Definitely no slouch, but we do have Formula Drift Pro Spec versus DMCC battling it out in the finals. Let's see who takes that top spot.
Martin in his S13 locks himself into that lead position behind our cone chicane. Heisman in that Mustang to his right. Here we go, the finals here of round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. These two gentlemen have battling it out all weekend, showcasing why they should be here. Let's see who ends up on top. Martin taking that lead position. Heisman chasing him down. Martin initiates well before. Heisman getting right to the side of him. Both drivers getting aggressive as Martin takes a little bit of lick, but unshaken as the Mustang tries to run over that rear bumper of the S13 as Martin works his way into outside zone number 2. Adam right there on the side of the S13, barking that front tire right at the door handles, keeping the aggression, barking to the front side of the axle of Martin's S13 as they both rotate into that front inside clip. Martin is unfazed as he rotates in that last outside zone, and Heisman and his Mustang is keeping the aggression there right to the side. Make some noise for both of these gentlemen. This is just the first half of the finals here of round 4 of the Gambler.
Yeah, Mike, we're seeing what we've seen out of them all day. We've just seen these super clean, consistent lead runs by Martin over and over again, doing the same thing, putting it right on the edge. And then you have the aggression of Heisman. I'm starting to believe there's 3 things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and Heisman hitting the door of the lead driver.
Martin's giving him all the real estate to play with, and Heisman is really, as Casey has said, aggressive. Let's see how he does in his lead position now. Martin has to return the favor. Adam's Mustang now taking that lead. His requirement in the judge's eyes is to give all the real estate he possibly can to Martin and his S13. Here we go, that FD Pro Spec licensed driver going up against that DMCC Pro. Both drivers dumping the outside one, but it looks like Martin's going to have a major correction going in as Heidman just on the front bumper, but Martin takes that patience to clean up his act now, going to the outside two, matching, rubbing, all the way into the aggression as Heisman is unfazed, trying to get all the way through outside two, but Martin is literally barking to the side of the Mustang as both drivers give a little bit of poise through that front inside clip. Let's see what the aggression happened from Martin going into Heisman's Mustang in the outside three. Another man in contact and gives a little punt, putting one side of the axle of the Mustang into the dirt, which normally would put him out, but I think that new suspension is helping him out. Both drivers on a massive aggression. I love to see it. This is the finals here of round 4 of the E-Town Gambler.
Yeah, I was talking about Adam Heichman putting it on the door of Martin, but Martin said, anything you can do, I can do too, all the way through outer 2. He was just bumping and bumping, and then even in 3, he got him, and we're going to, I believe, see the replay to see exactly what happened. Was Heichman sliding off, or did Martin give him a little tap? We're not sure, so the judges are going to call for a replay. We're going to watch this, hopefully get a verdict, and then go down to the podium and announce your winner.
And here you go, you're side by side, the left side of your screen. You have Martin. You have Martin on the left side of your screen, giving the S13 all the real estate for Heisman to play with. On the right side, you can see Martin had a little bit of deficit, but cleaned it up aggressively into outside 2, rubbing and barking at the side of Adam's Mustang almost through the entirety of outside 2, almost making Adam have to wrestle to hold his composure through that zone. Left side of your screen, you can see Adam also having that similar aggression as both drivers dumped themselves into outside 3 on both sides of your screens, and Martin almost getting just a tad too aggressive with the contact, but Heisman honestly holding on to it very well. And it looks like we have a winner. We're going to pull our drivers, all 3 of them, down to our podium. We're going to announce our winner here at round 4 of the Gambler. I'll join you right down on the side. Give us just a moment to collect our drivers, collect the checks, collect the trophies. This is round 4 of the E-Town Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll announce our winner here in just moments. Once again, thank you. Round 4. Thank you guys again. Thank you for our events. Thank our con and their teams. Well, let's get down. Series championship. Make some. Once again, make noise for your driver on the bottom of the box. Your championship points leader, Trevor Root. There you go. That's what we're talking about. All right, now what everybody's waiting for, that final result of the finals, that hard-fought, elbows out, fists flying, two amazing gentlemen driving some amazing machines out here. Congratulations to both teams, but let's make it official. Your winner here of the final round of round 4 of the Gambler, Adam Heitzman in the Mustang takes the number 1 spot on the box, but let's not make the wrong noise for Martin taking number 2. A solid drive, put down all the way from Canada. A solid showing from each and every out here, but Adam Heitzman in the Mustang takes that number 1 spot and the big checks on the box. Let's get our drivers up on the podium. Go ahead, boys, stand up there. Let's
took home second in the championship. Do they know championship points? That's going to happen after. I wonder if I got a little further. I think I got second. Oh, it looked like a third. Hey, wait, you want me to hold this going up there? Oh, am I good? Oh.
Once again, make some noise for your boys on the podium here, round 4 on the E-Town final round of the year of 2020. Adam in his Mustang taking that number 1 spot. Martin at that S13, a killer all weekend. And Trevor Root, your points champion, taking the bottom of the box. Thank you once again to each and every team, driver, media personnel, production team, as well as each and every one of you joining us both live and in person and on the internet. We thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for listening to myself, Ramble, and Casey. But make some noise for the boys one more time here at the E-Town Gambler.
Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now.